All right, I believe we're up and at it. How's it going, everybody? And finally, for it's been a long time. We got Leo back up here for the first time, and probably. What do you think, Leo? It's been at least a year, right? At least
Yeah,
minimum.
maybe even
Before
longer, man. It's been at least a year. Yeah,
I know it was at least a year
About
before the last
almost a
time we
year and a half,
talked.
right?
What's that?
I said almost a year and a half, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was explaining this to people the other night. I was like, I don't know what made me do it. I said I was looking through some of my messages on Facebook, and I saw Leo there. I'm like, I gotta say hi. I was like, I haven't seen him in forever. You guys have two voices going? We have two voices going, Jacob. What's the other voice?
Maybe it's me and me. I just went live, so maybe they're hearing a reverb from us. I don't hear you twice.
Yeah, I don't hear it on my end. There's another stream. Oh, there is a TV playing in the background. It's just
Yeah,
kind
I
of
do have a television in the background. Let me mute it for a second, but I have to leave it on because my mom's watching it. Is that any better? Ask them if they're hearing that.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the TV in the background.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to leave that on, guys, because my mother is in the other room, so she's hard of hearing. So you're going to have to hear that. I apologize, but we do have two streams going because I'm on my streams on 3 channels on the internet, Twitter, YouTube, and my page on Facebook, as well as wherever Jacob is broadcasting. So we're currently live on 6 places, at least 6, right?
Oh yeah, we're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 channels right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Hey Denise, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Got Leah in the house, Mud Rabbit in the house.
Everybody share this out, share this out, share this out.
Oh yeah.
People.
So we got a lot to cover tonight. I want to first go to what you've been doing with this group that you've been telling me about, and kind of what your guys' mission is, and what you guys are planning on tackling. Within the next, I would say this next current year. Going on.
I'm working with a group of people. We've been working together now for a very long time. Literally, some of us almost 10 years that we've been working together already in the background and in the foreground. Most of the people, if you guys know me, you already know all these people, because if you're in any of the chats for my groups, you already know them because you see them in there all the time. If not, then you don't know anything about me. We're working with a coalition. We are a coalition, but we're working with many coalitions from around the entire planet, that literally is trying to bring about change on the earth and uplift the vibration of the planet by educating everyone on earth, whether you're religious or not, or spiritual or not, doesn't matter, but it does in some sense. We're literally a global coalition, and we literally are calling ourselves the Global Coalition of Light currently, but we might change that just because things are still fluid. But those of you who know us know that we're working on this in the background. And we're actually we started a platform where we're working together, and we're having people on from around the world. And we're doing this already on a Saturday. I also teach on Friday on my own, on Orion Rising, my podcast, which I've been doing for 7 years. But we're working with a team of people around the world, and then we have a core group of us, probably somewhere around 10 of us right now, that are a very core group that have been working together for a very long time. And we're expanding out from that, and literally getting in contact with people all over the world, and starting to bring people and their videos. We're going to put a call out soon, so you're hearing it for the first time now, because we haven't actually announced when we were going to announce it. But we're going to put a call out soon to people to start sending us some videos or copies of their videos of different things that they've done, and we'll advertise about that because we want to put together a platform where we can show people around the world, in every country, that people are making a difference, because they don't tell you that on any platform now. You have to look for it, and you have to know where to look to find it, because all platforms right now are controlled by the 1% of the population who think they own the planet. And so they only teach you negative and give you negative things. You turn on the news wherever you are in the world, you're going to probably hear 10 stories of death, mayhem, pandemonium, and strife. And the message they're teaching you is you're alone, you're nothing, you're nobody. We're in control, and we can take control of you and wipe you off the earth anytime we want to. That is why the fear that they're trying to teach. So we're creating a platform where we can show people that one individual can make a difference. Because if people don't do anything because they don't think they can, and they don't think that they have any ability to do anything, and we're trying to reinstill that confidence in people to show them that wherever you are in the world, there are good people doing good things, even small things to help people. So we're going to be putting out a call soon and doing that and filming that stuff and bringing people on a platform that we currently don't have up that we are working on. And we're going to start pulling all of our resources into that. All the people that I work with individually have their own platforms, just like I do, where I put out memes and reels on everywhere: Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all over the place. And then I do my own podcast, which goes out anywhere you listen to podcasts on the planet. It goes right now. It's currently listened to in over 70 countries, and that's the MP3 file. And you can look my name up, Leonard O'Neill or Orion Rising, and you can find that podcast where there's literally almost 500 episodes just from the past 5 or 6 years that I've put on that world platform. But we're all going to be pulling our resources together and working together to be on one another's platforms, and we're going to create a large platform to bring people onto so that we can expand that out to the world. So look forward to that as soon as we all get that all hammered out, and we will be putting together a nonprofit so that we can take donations to pay for all of that, to get that product out to you guys and get videos and interviews live with you guys from around the world. And hopefully then get some translators. I'm learning 22 languages currently. So hopefully down the road in the next few years, I'll be able to translate for people from foreign countries. But right now we have to have somebody who speaks English to help us translate but if you're listening to my voice and you understand me, that means chances are you can speak English. And if not, you know somebody who does, because you're understanding English, and it makes it easier for us to broadcast. But we're going to try and get it to where we can broadcast in your native language as well. And that's something we're looking into and working very hard at. Crazily, we are.
So all of the pages that Leo just listed, you guys can find all of those in the descriptions on YouTube. If you're on my channel, I have every single link that Leo shared with me, from Instagram to Facebook to YouTube to Twitter. So feel free to TikTok,
where my podcast is. I gave him everything.
Oh yeah, that's always a good idea too, Mud Rabbit. You can always get the language subtitles, but sometimes I don't know why, but
where you can just click on them and it has a range, but like the default that Google has or YouTube, where you can change and listen to it in a different language or have the subtitles. That's already there, but it's still not as many. You know, they only have like 6 or 7 that you can choose from on the planet.
And Denise, I assume we were going to get ready to jump into that one next, is because Leo does have an upcoming book that he just told me about. We just talked about it yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago. But yeah. And you said
I have a book that is the editors have a hold of it now, and they've had it since September. It's just a matter of them giving me something to look at for me to go yes, no, 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 yes, no, no, no. Then we got to proof it again. And then eventually we'll get it out. The book is entitled The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. Returning to the Old Ways is the subtitle. And it's literally a crazy amount of information I talked about on my show. I still do on every Friday when I do the Law of One. I use the Law of One as a platform to then bring you and interpret the Law of One, first of all, and then go forward with more spirituality and what's going on in the world. And that book it talks about when everything changed on this planet, how it changed on this planet, why it changed on this planet, and what's happening to you now. So it literally is the reality about reality. And returning to the old ways is that the knowledge that you're going to gain and from that book that everybody can gain anyways. And there's people out here in the world that are teaching that. So it's not just that you have to have my book to understand what's going on, but I'm one of the people that's putting that out there. There's many people that are putting that stuff out there as well, because this knowledge that we have, that we unlock, all of you in the entire world can unlock that knowledge if you want to, but you have to do the work to get to that place of being able to unlock the knowledge. There is a knowledge that is what is called the Hall Clemente, or the Akashic Record, that is literally attached to all humans, whether you believe it or not, that you have access to. And we're actually trying to uplift everybody and guide you into a place where you can access that knowledge, just like everyone else that is awake, not woke, right?
And so because this is what we were talking about a little bit the other day. Do you consider what do you consider this knowledge? Is it lost knowledge? Is it something that it's been out there and it's just kind of hard to decipher, like who's got it? Is it being kept from the public? Like, is it where would you actually say this?
Yes to all of those. Literally, the way things are supposed to work. That's why I talk about the Law of One. The Law of One is 6 books that was channeled between 1981 and 1984 by Carla Rutger and her husband, Dawn, and Leonard, and I don't remember his last name, my namesake, but I don't remember his last name. The 3 of them were a group of people called the LL Research Group, and they're still around, but those 3, at least 2 of them are deceased. Dawn and Carla are both dead. I don't know if Leonard is still alive or not, but I heard someone told me he died as well. So there's still people running that group of people. And that was channeled. What they did was they were trying to use their psychic abilities to reach out to anyone in the universe to see if anybody was there, UFOs, aliens, whatever. And all of a sudden, this entity came through saying that we are one and we are Ra. And Dawn immediately said, we know the Ra here in Egypt in our history. Are you that Ra? And they said, yes, we are Ra. We were on your planet. We walked among your people. We built your pyramids. 106 channeling sessions later and 6 books of that information is out there for you guys to see. And I read that back in 2016, 2017 and said, I need to take this to the public and start translating what this means. I did it fully. All 106 sessions got done 2 years ago, and now I'm redoing it again on a higher level of knowledge. I tell you that because there's laws that is called the Law of One that govern the universe itself when it deals with souls, people. And what has happened, what's normally supposed to happen, is that when you become self-aware for the very first time with whatever you are, you start off as a one-dimensional being. You could be a wisp of air, you could be a molecule, you could be a blade of grass, you could be a rock, a tree. And you become something, when you go into the second dimensional being, you then become a plant or a tree or a dog or a cat or a bird or a fish, something that has motion. And when you become self-aware there, I think, therefore I am, when that life cycle ends on this planet, you become a human being. It's the very first place you're self-aware. And to answer Mud Rabbit's question earlier, yes, I do have a YouTube channel. It's under my name currently. I used to have one under Orion Rising, which had more than 500 episodes of my shows on there. That got me deplatformed off of Google a year and a half ago. So now I'm under my name on YouTube, and you can find me there. And I have a bunch of, I put all my live stream there, and I also put reels there. So literally you become self-aware as a baby soul in a human body, and you're supposed to learn from 7 to 10 lifetimes and start ascending to graduate from this place. And there's a knowledge that is out there that everyone on the earth is supposed to be able to attain. And all of the religions of our planet and all of the spiritual practices of the earth used to teach this information. And the evil people, the people in service to self around the world, always look for trying to get themselves into power. They seized power and took control of that knowledge and destroyed that knowledge from existence and tried to eradicate it from existence, and then tried to control all human beings who had it or murder them, because then they couldn't speak and tell the words to other people so that people would ascend. They did that successfully for a very long time, and only a few people here and there across time in different places, you know their names, like Mahatma Gandhi and the Buddha and the Lao Tzu, or Lao Tzu, who wrote Tao Te Chi, and a few other people around the world, Jesus of Nazareth. You have these legends that are still out there, these religions that are out there still have fragments of that message that was being taught. But when they did, like the councils of Nicaea, the First Assyrian Council of Nicaea, they tried to destroy all knowledge of any kind of spiritual ascension out of all dusty tomes around the earth. And literally, Julius Caesar burned the largest library on the history of the planet in Alexandria. He burned that to the ground, and then they had the Renaissance where they were burning all books and all history. That attempt is happening again around the world currently with these groups of people, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and whatever they're called in your country, where they're trying to tear down statues and eradicate history. Next, they're already starting to ban books, movies, songs, people. Eventually, they're going to try and eradicate all of history once again. They're working at it and have been. They did this in the 1500s. They called it the Renaissance, and they're trying to do it again. So that's because why? There's people like myself who are waking up and speaking about the knowledge that you can gain. Every single human being can gain on the entire earth by studying, by taking care of your body, by feeding yourself properly, eating the right foods, staying off pharmaceutical medications, doing everything holistically, and then doing shadow work, like Carl Jung called it, the shadow work, looking within yourself and taking care of yourself. This unlocks a knowledge that you can't gain otherwise. If you live in the now and you're about likes and clicks and money and power and fame, all of that, that's what the ancients called eating of the tree of life, living in the flesh. And by doing that and staying focused on 3D, which is what every programming on the internet, on the television, the news, radio, every media outlet is all trying to keep you dedicated to only what is here now in front of you, and says that this is what's real and everything else is just made up. And if you think of anything, they say it's a myth. No matter what the religious ideology that you might have a background in, if you look up that creation story on any of the secular run search engines like Google, it will say, like, for instance, I use the Hebrew creation. You look that up and it says the Hebrew creation myth. Mm-hmm. Myth means it's fake. You look up any religion on the face of the earth that you can find at any time, modern and in antiquity, and you will never find a religion that they will say anything other than this is a myth, because they don't want you believing that any of that is real. There is no God. There is nothing of afterlife. You have one life, this one. And if you are religious, and I put this out as a reel, if you are religious, just wait here, your God will come get you.
What I found interesting when we actually talked about this the other day is I looked into a little bit more. And so say you're looking up a story of the Bible. Those will be actually listed as stories. But the crossovers that are in all religions, those are the ones that are called myths. So like the flood myth that you'll see in several different religions is all of a sudden called a myth, but it correlates through several.
Not just religion. You find that in history from around the world when it's not written as a religious thing. You find this flood, this deluge happened, yet they call it a myth, right?
Yeah, but if you're looking up a biblical story, they'll call it a story. And I was like, so wait a minute. So the one underlining thing that seems to be apparent in all of these stories is a myth, but we recognize all these other things as stories. And this is what me and you were talking about the other day.
Look up what their version of the definition of a story is, something that's told, that's fable. So again, they just label it as a myth.
Oh, okay. So it still falls under the same classification.
Yeah, nothing is true. And if you look up things on the internet, it doesn't matter what it is. The sky is blue. If you look up what color is the sky, you're going to say, well, some people think the sky is blue, but science can say, that's what they always do. There is nothing online that you can look up that they'll tell you is true. Everything online, no matter what you look up, has this is what, but by the way, it's also not anything. Like they tell you, doctors say you need to take vitamins to make sure that you stay healthy, right? So you need to take vitamin C. Well, then when you say to the secular world, I think I need to take a whole bunch of vitamin C because I got the coop. I don't want to say the name of these things because with the algorithm will try and kick us off the air, but you guys all know what I'm talking about. Right? Yeah. Because I got the flu, quote unquote, quote fingers. And then they literally will come out and say, there is no definitive proof that vitamin C does anything to help this. However, this pharmaceutical grade made by a pharmaceutical company jab that you get in your arm, this will do something. But that natural stuff, nope, doesn't do anything. right? But yet these very same people, before they needed you to take this jab in your arm, was telling you or your whole life, take all of these vitamins and minerals because that's what's going to keep you healthy. An apple a day keeps the doctor away until we have a thing called, you know what I'm talking about, starts with the letter C.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, no, and I was bringing this up with you.
Pictionary over here, right? We're gonna do Pictionary. Starts with first letter.
Well, I was bringing this up to you the other day because I had just recently watched the Halloween podcast that Elon Musk had done with Joe Rogan, and apparently before the C word came to the United States, what happened was Elon Musk reached out because he had factories in Wuhan. And what he was doing is he was asking them for their advice, and they already had information about putting people on ventilators and that it was a bad thing. So what he did, he tweeted that out, and everybody backlashed on him. And he goes, "Oh, you don't know anything. You're not a doctor, blah, blah, blah." He goes, "Well, I'm putting people in space, and I have to make breathing apparatuses for them." He goes, "I would say I'm quite qualified to talk about life support systems." Right. And and instead they ignored the whole thing, and people lost lives. Yeah. It was insane. It was absolutely insane because they didn't want to release it.
I'm in California, and I got deleted off of the air when I said that, and fact checkers claimed that I was lying and making things up. Right? Well, I'm not sure what books that you read, but I am a theologian, so I have read every scroll on the face of the earth that there is when it comes to religion. But I've also read, it was sort of a prereq in my family to learn military history, philosophy, as well as religion. So I literally, because of the training that I got from my father, who when I was 19, just before he died, he gave me the title of Merlin. I literally spent my entire life having to learn everything. So I've read everything. I try to read everything. And I've always tried to reach the end of the internet. But when it comes to religion, if somebody finds or knows of a scroll or a book or a dusty tome that I haven't read yet, I immediately go, wait a minute, what is that? And then I read it. So yeah, there's a very good possibility, Mud Rabbit, that you and I, and you said you and Mom, we've all read the same book more than likely. Well, Dan Brown, who wrote the Da Vinci Code in the movie, I already owned and read the books that he read that he based his story on to create that scenario. And I literally knew exactly all of the references from the book and the movie where he was paying homage to those guys, like Lee T-Bing is an anagram for one of the guys that wrote Holy Blood, Holy Grail, which is one of the books that he based that movie on. His book is Holy Blood, Holy Grail, the Templar Knights, Mary and her Knights, and which was the Temple Knights, and King Solomon's Mines, and the Mary Magdalene's testimony, her book, her scroll. Mm-hmm. And all of those, that there was more, but those were the main books, and the book of Philip and the book of Judas, which were found in the Dead Sea. All the last three that I said were found during the Dead Sea Scrolls that were found in 1948. He read all of those and then said, what if that's true? And he wrote a what if scenario and published that as the Da Vinci Code. And then that turned out to be the movie that Tom Hanks was in. When I read that book, I was like, I know exactly what he's referencing because I own all these books. They were right there in my library. I just laughed. And then I saw an interview where it confirmed that he did that. So a lot of us who are studying all of these books, we recognize in one another the knowledge that we picked up. But a lot of people want to say that has twisted our calculation of the world. And the people who usually say that are the ones that are in control of the matrix or are in service to self, not in service to others. And they don't want you to be credible in any way, because if you spawn people to think and people start to question everything, I tell everybody, don't believe a word I've said, question everything and look it all up. I always say that on my podcast. I need you to start thinking for yourself. And once you start thinking, that will eventually create in you, instill in you that bug of, how do I know that that person's telling me the truth? That's what I want you to do. And that's what everybody who's being honest and trying to guide you wants you to do. I don't want you to believe what I say wholeheartedly just because I say it. I want you to disbelieve everything that I say and go out there and look for it yourself, because you're going to find all the good, all the bad, all the lies, all the truths. And you have to realize, and I say this came from Obi-Wan Kenobi, by the way, when he was dead talking to Luke Skywalker. he said to Luke, Luke, what you have to realize is that all the truths we cling to depend greatly on a certain point of view. Yours.
It was interesting when you were talking about the scrolls. I immediately wanted to go, yeah, he's even read some scrolls that no longer exist, because we were talking about that story the other day.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know what it is about religious texts. I've always wanted to dive headfirst into that, because we were talking about this before. I do think religion has a purpose. And I do think it helps some people and it harms some people. And I think where religion goes wrong is when people use it as a crutch. Like if they're using it to hold them up, and if you were to pull that away and they were to fall without it, that's when I feel like religion isn't supplying the right thing to somebody, because it shouldn't be their support system. They internally, like we were talking about, that self-healing that's your internal crutch. Like that, you need to build yourself up before you can worry about anything else.
Yeah, no, I agree. Religion in and of itself isn't bad. At the top, they're corrupted just like everything else. Okay.
Yeah.
So the people that are trying to teach you religion all the way down the line, including at each store, because let's be serious, they don't act like they're of religion. They act like they're Starbucks or Walmart. They're trying to open a store on every corner, and you're the product, and you sitting there and listening to what they have to say and paying them money, giving them a tithing is how they operate. But the truth is that most of the people trying to teach you in there are trying to give you the information that they know they can't in the curriculum. And I say this, and a lot of people think I'm anti-religion. I have 2 Christian titles. I have 4 different religious titles that I can literally produce paperwork to show you that I have the licenses, 2 of which are Christian. I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic Church with a Sir title. That gives me a minister title by default in that Christian faith. Then I went to the Universal Life Church in Phoenix, Arizona back in 2016, and I got a religious title there of minister or pastor or whatever you want to call that. Prior to that, when I was 19 and I'm 56, I had a druid, ancient druid title from my father of Merlin, which is just a priestly title. It's just father, pastor, priest. It all means Merlin actually means the same as sensei, and the same as the magi, the same as rabbi. It just means teacher. Okay.
Teacher, yeah.
People think that Merlin was one person in history, and the only time I saw them do it right was in the movie of Excalibur in 1982. If you go back and watch that movie, when they're going Merlin, Merlin, they're calling for Merlin. Merlin comes walking up, and he doesn't say "I am Merlin." He says, "I'm a Merlin."
Yeah, they're just calling for a teacher. Yeah,
they were calling for a teacher. So he showed up and said, "I'm a Merlin." And they just thought his name was Merlin. They just called it the same thing if you called somebody sensei. If you call somebody sensei and you're a martial arts, you're saying teacher or master, teacher. And rabbi means teacher. All of those guru, all of those magi, all of those mean enlightened one, he who has knowledge. It just means teacher. So literally priest, minister, padre, father, those just mean teacher, wise one. Okay. So I have 4 of those titles. So I'm not going at the church from an atheist standpoint or somebody who's trying to say the church is no good or doesn't know what he's talking about. I've spent my entire life learning religion. When I was a boy, we lived across the street from a Mormon church, and they say they're Christians, right? So they're Christians. So they follow Christ and that knowledge. And I went there, and they were talking and trying to recruit my brother and I. So I went home to my father and I said, "Dad, are we Christian?" And he was already teaching me the Druid way, which is an ancient, way from Europe of the Celts and the Vikings. And with Wicca, Wicca is the feminine version. Originally, Wicca was all women and the Druids were all men. And they had split the religion into masculine and feminine. And the feminine was the Wiccans and the Druids were the masculine, were the men. Now it's both. You can be a male or female and be in both. But thousands of years ago, they were separated on purpose. If you read I thought
it was because when I studied Wiccan for a while, I thought it was witches and warlocks by
again, that's just a title that means teacher or guide.
But don't they apply sex to it by saying
shaman or witch doctor? That's just a wise one. That's just somebody who is a healer and a guide. All of those titles, I have shaman training from Native Americans and from the Druid training. I could use that title as a shaman, but I don't use the title just as a shaman because people think that means, oh, you must be native. Well, I am 5%. I'm 5% Native American from out here in the state of California, down in Baja. Did my DNA and found that out and was like, hey, I'm actually Indian. Wow. Okay.
Well, don't they, with those titles, don't they apply sex to them? Like when you say, oh, witch is usually assessed with a female.
It used to be witch was a female and warlock was a male. Now you have men calling themselves witches and women calling themselves warlocks. Everything evolves over time. So the way things were 1,000 years ago, it changes today to where they do everything, whatever. It just literally evolves. So you have to figure out what people are saying today, but the titles are all still the same. They still mean the same. So it's just a matter of what one person wants to call themselves. Just like with a Christian title, I have a minister title. I can be called Padre. I can be called minister. I can be called father. I can be called whatever else. There's, every Christian religion has a elder or a bishop. It just depends on the religion. So the Christian religion, all of those, they call their teacher something different. The Catholics call it father. Most of the Christians say minister or padre or what's the other one? There's a couple more. I can use any one of those titles because I have that title that is across that board. Same thing. All the other titles are the same. I could call myself a warlock because am I a magic user? Do I cast spells? I've been teaching it for 35 years. So yes, I could. I'm also a hero.
I was just thinking of something. I was just thinking of something we didn't cover the other day. Does that work with God as well? Whether you're talking about big G, little G, Yahweh.
They would say some Christians are taught that if you are a Wiccan or you're a pagan, then you don't believe in God, and that's just absolutely false. It is not true whatsoever. The religions, the older religions, incorporate every god from all religions. Whatever you like, say, I also have a lot of Viking in me. I have tattoos. I have Thor's hammer. I have Odin's face. I have Odin on me. I have Celtic knotwork tattooed on me. Religious titles or religious tattoos. So literally, some people who are a Wiccan or Druid will be praying to Thor and Odin. And then others would pray to Jesus. And those same people who pray to Thor and Odin today because of something they're doing, they might pray to Jesus tomorrow because of something they're doing. And that really ticks off the religions because they're trying to keep everybody focused on one thing. And then they'll kill you over it like the Christians used to do and like the Muslims try to do now. There is only one God. And then they fight over who is their prophet. Muhammad's the prophet. And if you say Jesus is the prophet, we have to kill each other. Children fighting over a basketball, and they're fighting over the same God. They're fighting over the same knowledge. They're fighting over everything except for the semantics of how you do it. If you try to draw a picture of what God looks like in the Muslim religion, that's illegal, and they'll kill you for it. And same thing with the Hebrew religion. So literally, you could be killed if you taught on the wrong day. Some of the charges 2,000 years ago they brought against Jesus was that he was teaching on the day that was supposed to be the Sabbath. Therefore, he had to be killed for it. These are laws that are antiquated. They were written by humans a long time ago, and a lot of the stuff in these dusty tomes were educational. They weren't designed to be taken literal. They were designed as educational to teach people how to be good people because we didn't have schools and libraries like we have now. Thousands of years ago, people got their education from the Bible and from going to churches. Now, you go to church on a Sunday, your parents bring you in there, and they're teaching the same stuff that your school's teaching you, except for the critical race theory. And you're literally going, why?
Slide that in there.
Yeah, so I threw that in there. You're going, why am I here? Why am I getting the same indoctrination that I get in the classrooms from the teachers who were teaching me CRT?
Right.
Because that's the old ways. They haven't evolved to go back to, because they're not allowed to go back to teaching you spirituality. So the only thing
I think it's been
now, and they're still kind
ever
of
since it's been brought to the Western world, we've dealt with that. I mean, I always grew up looking at white Jesus. I never knew. Everybody ever thought Jesus was white with blue eyes.
Yeah, he didn't have blue eyes. Yeah, I think they had Jim Caviezel play him, So you started having people in the modern day, in the last 20 years, started having people who looked a little bit more from like they were from the Middle East play Jesus instead of, and and now the guy that Angel Studios has, I believe he is a Hebrew in real life. He looks like he is. So he's actually playing Jesus. I can't think of his name, but I watched that television show. It streams once a week, and I record him and watch him. And he looks far more the part because he actually is Hebrew of some descent. It looks like he's Middle Eastern, at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he's not black hair, brown eyes, olive drab skin. He is kind of light though. Jesus would have been darker skinned than he is, but we don't know for sure what he looked like. You know what I mean? We got of Turin, but there's question about when that was created too. I've delved into that whole thing, and you can't prove that it's older than the 1200s. So.
Oh, the Mud Rabbit chimed in right when you said that. She said the DNA was lifted from the Shroud of Turin was Druze.
Yeah.
Druze is found in the mountains of Lebanon.
You saw the same study I saw. I mean, they can't prove it. It only goes back to the 1200s, and they think it was created then. And the technology that they used to create it was phenomenal, because it took us until now to have technology to actually realize. And that's another reason why people don't understand that people in the past, everyone's like, well, they were just a bunch of country bumpkins and idiots and uneducated. You have no idea. The only thing that has changed in the human condition in the last 150,000 years, I could boldly say in the last million years, is technology. The human psyche, the human mind, the human development is identical and exactly the way it was. So if you think that you're super intelligent now, look at the things that were going on thousands of years ago. Tutankhamun, his father was murdered by his mother. She usurped the throne in Egypt 4,000 years ago, and Tutankhamun became the pharaoh when he was 10 years old. And by the time he was 14 and started growing a pair and started standing up to his mother, they hit him in the back of the head with a fucking warhammer and killed him too.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is politics 101 today. No change, nothing. And they were interbreeding with their own family members because they were trying to keep a bloodline. Sound familiar? The English throne today, trying to keep a bloodline intact. 50 years ago, they decided the English throne and the throne of all of the people in Europe decided we need to start marrying outside, because we're all starting to get horse heads and we're starting to look mugwumpy because they were bred too close together. So they started breeding with other people so that they could start reintegrating good DNA. That's the same thing that happened in Africa and all over the world. So nothing has changed. Everyone now thinks that we're the most intelligent species on the planet. Every generation has been identical to this one, except for levels of technology. That's it. That is it. Real. There's
a reference that maybe you will only get because you're also a Stargate fan. There's an episode of Stargate where there's a family that reminds me of the English family, basically, and they are only breeding with a specific group of people. And because there's a gene that's produced in their body that's able to make them use ancient technology. But outside of that,
in that genre, right?
Yes. So I'm wondering, maybe
it was really
maybe there's maybe there's an underlining issue where they felt like if they got far out of their gene pool, besides just dumb ignorance, and we want to just keep the royal blood royal. I wonder if there was ever an underlining thing of like nobility.
Yes. Let me talk about that. Graham Hancock, you know of him. You're a fan.
Yeah.
I'm a friend with him. We don't talk all the time, but we used to. He used to actually, when he would go live, I was one of the few people that he was like, look, I'm live over here in Egypt. And I would be able to see his stuff, but I haven't talked to him. But Graham Hancock is one of the people who blew the whistle on this. And let me explain why. If you ever saw the documentary Above Majestic, they furthered a little girl who I'll get into all that story right now, but they started really realizing what's been going on. There was some little girl, 14 years old, here in the United States, and she was doing her DNA, checking her lineage. And so she got this idea. I wonder who Barack Obama, who was the president at the time, I wonder who Barack Obama is related to. So she actually started studying that without using DNA, but studying family trees of everybody. And she discovered on her own, and went on television on the news and was broadcast around the world, this little girl. And she proved that every single president of the United States, from Barack Obama backwards, except for one, and I don't know which one that was, except for one, they were all related to each other. And I can tell you right now that I know Barack Obama was related to Hillary Rodham Clinton. And I know that Hillary Rodham, which is her maiden name, Clinton is her married name, Hillary Rodham is a cousin of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're all
we were
related.
talking about that. Yeah.
Then the guys got a hold of that in that community that were looking into this ancient aliens theory, and they were already looking into these skulls that were found around the planet that were elongated. Some people in history said,
hold on one second. Let me jump in here just one quick second. Hey, Grace, I appreciate you stopping in. I'm sorry with the interview format that I'm doing today, I'm not able to just stop everything all the time, but I appreciate everybody that's in the chat. Denise, Mud Rabbit, 8 Grace, CCTV that stopped in earlier. I'm sorry if I'm not answering everybody's questions, but we're trying to stay on topic. This will probably be one of the few times that I want to interrupt and just make sure everybody in the chat knows we appreciate that you're here. And if you have any questions, I will pop back to them. And I appreciate you guys being here so much. So I just want you guys to know that.
right?
And so with the elongated skull that we were talking about.
Yeah, so literally, in history, people were realizing that there was all these people with elongated skulls, and they were trying to figure it out. Well, anytime someone found them from around the world, anywhere, the governments of that country would come and confiscate them and would not let them learn about them. So that, of course, spawned a lot of people to try and figure out why that is. So the Ancient Aliens crowd, which I created Ancient Aliens worldwide, a group on Facebook that has over 300,000 members worldwide today, one of the largest groups on Earth that has that. I created it in 2012, got permission from Prometheus, from Giorgio Tsoukalos, from those guys to be able to do it. Now they just let everybody do it. But I was one of the first ones to create that. And it was a think tank. We were doing the same thing back then. It was not public, and we were looking into UFOs and aliens. And there was this elongated skull grouping. And in history, the telling of giants that used to live on the earth. So when you go around the earth, everyone had these stories of these people who had elongated skulls, and a lot of people in Africa would tie their kid's head when they were born to mimic this elongated skull.
The binding,
so people in antiquity said that's the only thing you're finding is that. Well, then they looked into why are they doing that, and they said because the gods had this. Well, who were these gods? So we started looking into it all around the world. I know the Stephen and Evan Strong down in Australia. I've worked with them for years. They started looking into it in Australia with the Aborigines and the elders. I'm over here. I was living in Arizona trying to work with the Native Americans in the Four Corners. They all have these stories and legends, and there were these skulls, and they kept getting confiscated. So everybody's kept looking into it. Graham Hancock eventually got a hold of some because when they started digging them up, they wouldn't tell the world they had them. So they could take pictures of them, film them, and do DNA tests on them. I tell you that because let's go back to the little girl, and I mentioned earlier the documentary Above Majestic. Those same people were putting together that documentary called Above Majestic, blowing the whistle on the world and what's going on. They also started looking into the elongated skulls and the DNA from the ones that they found around the world. And they found some in Australia that Stephen and Evan Strong's people found and got pictures and filming. And then over in Africa, where Graham Hancock, the aforementioned Graham Hancock, also did the same. Giorgio Tsoukalos and Richard Childress, I think it's Richard, I don't remember if that's his name, but Childress, they got some people at one of the museums to allow them to get a hold of them and film them, and they took samples. So from all over the world, back between 2012 and 2017, we were able to get some DNA testing, and they come to find out that when they furthered that little girl's idea, they found out that every single monarch from every country in Europe, and then they found out from every country around the world, looking back more than 2,000 years, are all related. And all of those people, what they have in common is they go back to a clan in France and beyond. And those people, all of them from the 1500s backwards, had elongated skulls. Over in Africa, you have the pharaohs in Africa with elongated skulls. You have the Pope in Rome, and they're wearing the mitre hats, hiding this elongated skull. They've bred with humans so long now that it's rare that you find somebody with a larger than normal skull, but there are still people. They don't have these elongated skulls anymore. So their own people, if they were aliens, would now not recognize them. But they believe, to this day, I know people that are in this Illuminati, Bilderberger groups, they believe that they are superior. They have a superior DNA. They believe they still have a larger than normal IQ, a larger than normal brain. And so to answer your question after that long drawn out explanation, literally, Jacob, you're onto it. There is something that it goes back to, and it goes back to them believing that they're smarter than the average bear. They're more intelligent than regular humans because they are these Luciferians. Lucifer wasn't this fabled fake devil. Lucifer was a real person who was a general who came to this earth at one point. That's their belief. I'm not telling you this because this is something I think and want to. This is what they believe. These people, the rich and the elites that think they're in this planet, they believe this. This is what they believe is their tie to royalty. And then if you look at them, they claim that these same fake gods are real. And here's a perfect example. And you, with people living in the UK, you know what I'm talking about. The Queen of England, God rest her, the Queen of England claimed that her DNA literally was linked to not only Beowulf, but to Thor. Oh. Officially, they claim that the Viking religion is a myth and not real, and that those gods are fake. Yet, the monarchies of England claim their DNA goes back to the same fake gods they tell you are fake. Why is that? Think about it.
Because they don't want you to follow the bloodline anymore.
Agreed.
Because and we see the same thing in Dan Brown's book.
Forever.
I mean,
they took away all of the knowledge of anyone who said we used to have these long-haired, red-haired, elongated skull people that were living here. Who was it that made the movie? I believe it was Mel Gibson when he made that movie about that went on down in South America. The whole thing was not done in English. I don't remember the name of the movie anymore. But there was another movie that came out, and I don't remember who made it around that same time that Gibson made that movie. That was about the Aztecs. There was another one that came out where, and I don't remember the name of it. I'm still trying to find it. Where literally they were showing ancient peoples. Not only did Mel Gibson do that, but they did it in Egypt as well, where the pharaohs of the pre-dynastic era, not post-dynastic, or the beginning of the post-dynastic, would come out and talk to people, and they were veiled so nobody could see them at all. And one of the kids who wrote a story, who ended up being in a scroll that came down through history that they claim is fake, said that he was behind the scenes on the side of the stage and was able to see. And guess what he saw? He saw an old white man who was pretending to be a pharaoh, and that he believed that old white man was an Atlantean, and a descendant of those people. And no one believed that story. Yet now, we have this knowledge from around the world that when Atlantis sank, the Atlanteans had spread out and colonized all over the world and took control of the world. And when you look at the world and how it was taking control, that was exactly the same time period that this group of people that you guys all out there know as Anunnaki, which doesn't even exist at all. If you look it up, I've proven that. Ask the scholars who understand that language. They'll tell you there's no word that is Anunnaki at all. And it doesn't mean those from the heavens that came at all. It doesn't mean the god Anu either. Yeah. So you can look that up. I've actually looked it up, and the scholars who translated the actual language tell you that Zechariah Sitchin in 1948 translated that crap wrong. And then Giorgio Tsoukalos ran with it and changed the version. First, he said the god Anu came from heaven, from the heavens down to earth and taught people. Then Giorgio Tsoukalos in 2012 through 2017 changed that narrative and said that it means those from the heavens came, So now everybody calls Anunnaki a species. Right? Everything is evolved, and now it's a species. So Anunnaki is a catchphrase that drives me crazy because it doesn't exist. There is no race of people called the Anunnaki, but everybody in the world is believing that and pushing that narrative that they just took over from the cherubim. They took over from the Planet X people that were supposed to be these aliens that show up every 3,000 years. They had a different name, the cherubim. And
aren't those also the classifications of angels, the cherubim and
well, that actually has nothing to do with but it has nothing to do with Planet 10 or Planet X. Except people gave it that name. The cherubim is part of the Christos, which is all about the Christ within. It has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with spirituality. And the cherubim is a portion of your brain. It's actually a portion of your brain that's called the cherubim that actually protects your optic thalamus and your hippocampus, where your third eye is. And it's literally been referred to that for about 8,000 years. But 2,000 years ago, everybody started talking about the Christ as a real person, and there is no proof that he was or wasn't a real person. But prior to that, he already existed. But then there was also the telling that he would eventually come in human form. So people argue about that, and why? Because the message of that Savior character is sound and is the same, and he was trying to teach you how to ascend. That's why he said, "The way to heaven is through me." There's no difference between the Christ of the Christian pantheon and Thor. They're exactly the same character, and the story is exactly the same. Marduk, who fought Tiamat the dragon, and Thor fights the Oribus, the dragon of the North Sea, the Ouroboros that encompasses the entire world. Jesus had to fight the serpent and defend his sword against the serpent, which they called Satan, which is the same as Tiamat, which is the same as the dragon of the North Sea. And there's more throughout time. Every religion has the same story, but most people, they've been so obscured through time, and the world tells you that all these religions are fake. So therefore, the stories that still remain are telling you the same story with a different name inserted as the god, the goddess, the savior character. And people know about this in history. Joseph Campbell, God rest him, Joseph Campbell wrote a book called The Hero with a Thousand Faces, where he was trying to tell you, it's like this thick, he was showing you the correlation from every single pantheon on the earth, where they had the Moses character, Muhammad, Jesus, literally Mahatma Gandhi became the same character, Lao Tzu, which is the Tao Te Ching, the Buddha. All of those people, including Thor, Marduk, I already said Marduk, all of those people are the exact same character throughout time in different places of the world. Okay.
So let me pause you. I got to pause you for a minute. Okay, I got to get back to. I got questions all the way back from the elongated skulls. Okay. So before we get too far away from that,
that's fine.
I have an interest in the shape of skulls when they find them that they consider enlarged skulls. And I think it's a clear-cut difference between the binding that we found later, because the way the skull's formed, it's very easy to tell if it was a binding practice or if it was something where the regions of the skull were coming together and forming at a certain spot. It's dead obvious.
The biggest thing, the biggest telltale, I didn't even cover that, so I'm glad you brought me back to that. The biggest telltale is this. A human skull has what's called sutures in the skull. When you're first born, there's a spot in your head that has no skull yet.
And it's soft, and it's still malleable, and it's still moving.
So what happens is the skull grows together, and we have a line that's crooked, jagged kind of, that goes up to here on the top of the head and then goes to the back. The elongated skull DNA that is on this planet has no sutures. The sutures are what define this Homo sapien sapien. Okay. And science says that. Okay. So then when they found these skulls that don't have sutures, then they immediately, people come and get them from you and threaten your life so that you don't get to talk about it. And we've gotten a hold of them, filmed them. And first they said they were deformities. And then we come to find out that every elongated skull that is ever dug up anywhere on this planet does not have any sutures, and all of their DNA is related. So literally there is a different species of human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, that existed on this planet, and their DNA is still here. And there's a group of people who claim to be their descendants, and all of them are in power and in control of this earth. And they claim they own it. They claim that you are their slaves, and they claim to be descendants of those elongated skull people who they claim are not indigenous to this world, who came here in the distant past and occupied this world and took it over. The same people who tell you aliens don't exist, the same people who tell you that every religion is a myth, all of them date themselves back to the gods and claim that they're not from this earth, but they don't say that out loud to the entire world. But they'll tell you that when they're trying to recruit you.
Yeah, exactly. And then I wanted to throw that other variable that I actually introduced. I don't know if you had known about this before, but we had talked about it before. There's a medical condition called hydrocephalus, and I've seen this all over the History Channel where they present enlarged skulls, not necessarily elongated, just larger than the average skull, and that's when your body has this condition where it produces too much brain fluid in that soft tissue time, which we were just talking about. So you get the expansion while it's still hardening. And depending on if it's diagnosed or if it's something that they can treat, you may actually just die from the situation. And because I want to bring us into the oil conversation next, because I wanted to ask you, do you think these higher beings, do you think it's possible they had more chakras in their crown chakra, if it was split into more than one chakra? Or do you think they were producing more of this oil to align themselves, or would they not even have the whole chakra systems?
I do believe they had to produce more of the oil because they had a larger skull, and they did, because they had a larger brain, they were actually more intelligent than the normal human being. So I believe that DNA still exists, and I think that some of those people who have that condition would have have that gene that is doing that. What you have to realize, most people out there, you guys don't know that not just the brain fluid that Jacob is referring to actually flows through your entire nervous system, all the way up and down your spine, through all your bones, everywhere where you have the central nervous system of your body. The nervous system itself is floating in that fluid that your brain is floating in. So your entire body makes and goes through about half of
and there's a very thin membrane. There's a very thin membrane that separates it from the rest of your body. That's why most people don't realize how easy it is to mess up your spinal cord, because that membrane is so light. And that's what I was like, I've always told people, like, that's the most like vulnerable spot in your body. And that's why I always thought it was interesting when they did things like
in your vertebrae, because of the nerves that are going down your spine. If you didn't have those bones to protect it, but then that becomes a liability as well, right? So literally, if you mess up your spine, you can change that dynamic, and it's harder than doing damage to your skull, because you have this thick skull that is protecting that fluid on the inside. But in your spine, there's less. You can literally break your spine and do damage and sever the spine and go and become quadriplegic. So
literally your bones could actually rupture it.
Yeah, you can't. So literally that oil that is in the body, that's fluid that's in the body, literally is what runs your electrical system and allows your endocrine system, which is your nervous system. It allows it to operate. Science is starting to figure that out. So I believe that some of those people who have that condition, they have that DNA, but they're not going to tell people, because officially there is only one human condition, and there never has been any. But we know there was at least 7 different versions of this current human DNA on this planet in history, and this Homo sapiens sapien murdered all of the rest of them off. Beowulf murdered off one of the last groups of the people who were part of what we would call Neanderthal. The Grendel, the Vendo, Grendel, that word means grinder, by the way, because he used to grind his teeth when he was a little boy. The Vendo, if you're European, you know that word over Grendel. That means Grendel. The Grendel in the fabled story of Beowulf was someone who was mostly Neanderthal. He didn't have the vocal cords that we have to be able to speak that we do. If you watch the one with Gerard Butler, where he played Beowulf, you see that part of the story coming out more so, telling the real history that he was just a person, but didn't have the vocal cords that we had and spoke differently. And a woman in the place that was there, the village, she had his child, who was a half-breed, Homo sapien and a Neanderthal, and he ended up fighting against Beowulf, and Beowulf killed him.
In the CGI or animated remake of it that I saw, he almost made like whooping sounds and like grunts and stuff to acknowledge like other people and to communicate. You could tell he definitely didn't have the vocal aspect.
You could understand him, and that woman did in the other version. And that cartoon version I never saw, but I know that was done really well as well. That's the way he was. He couldn't say words because he didn't have the vocal larynx that we have. But he could make sounds, and then he had communication, had words that if you were a Neanderthal, you would be able to speak like we're speaking in English. So if you knew somebody, I learned when I was a kid, I was 18 years old, and I was working in a restaurant as a busboy, and the dishwasher was an illegal Mexican who did not speak a lick of English. But I knew Native American Sign Language and was learning American Sign Language. And I was taught that there are like the Native American Sign Language was like a universal sign language. And I actually posted a reel or meme or short showing that there was a language on this planet dating back to 40,000 years ago that everyone on the planet was able to speak to one another. And they could write down hieroglyphs to talk to one another. And I used my knowledge that I had learned even then of universal sign language, and I started talking to him, and he understood me, and we were able to speak to each other through broken English, broken Spanglish, and sign language, and had full conversations. And everybody was like, how are you talking to him? And I'm like, he understands basic human sign language. So I'm talking to him with what I've learned that is native to the North American continent, sign language that people knew for generations, and he understands it. Humans, we know sign language. You don't realize that we do. You grow up talking, and I'm using my hands now to talk to you, and people understand what that means. Why? Because people say these things and talk with their hands. People always go, Italians, hey, man, those people are just all over the place. Yeah. We all do that, though. And they teach you when you go to leadership school or management school or anything here in the United States or around the world, they teach you how to speak to people with your hands and box things in so that people literally using sign language that you guys get that you don't know that you're getting. So you know these languages. So getting back on point with the whole ordeal, literally throughout time, there has always been more than one race on this earth, yet these same people who claim descendant from other races claim these other races don't exist. You have to ask yourself why that is. Why would they want that knowledge to be eradicated? Because they don't want you knowing history. Because why? Because if you know history, then you can change your future because you know what's gone on in the past. Because they keep repeating everything over and over, and the same things happen. They don't want you to believe that the flood happened because that almost destroyed the population of the earth and the earth had to start over. They don't want you to believe that there was a meteor that struck, but then they'll tell you there was a meteor that struck that almost killed the whole population of the earth. But they don't tell you why that information is there, and they try to control what it is that you learn from that information and keep it all in only the here now. And there is no spirit, there is no soul, there is no God. There just is this. Shut up, sit down, and if you believe in a religion, wait for your God because he'll come back and get you, and you'll be rewarded after you die.
Okay, there's another thing you grazed over, which I think we tie into what we're talking about now. You talked about the redheaded people, and I immediately when you said that, I thought of the redheaded giants of the bodies that they found that were turned into the Smithsonian, and then we never saw them again.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is the correlation with Goliath, these giants, and all of these other large beings without them just being children of the people from the heavens which came down?
Well, there was other races that actually lived here. There was people that were giants that used to live on this planet all around the world. But us small people and the evil people that were in charge of us small people hunted them down and killed them all off to get rid of them. They wanted their race to be the superior race, and they eradicated all other races. There were many. There were at least 7 that we're aware of, and that's just of the Homo sapien sapien that we are now. There were midgets, right? I mean, we still have the DNA. People are still born, and some people get the DNA and they're born into that smaller human form. And everyone says, "Oh, that's a defect." That's not a defect. That's a race of people that used to be here. If you look back in history, they talk about dwarfs in almost everywhere in Europe. And people are like, that's not real. Well, then why do we have people that we call dwarfism?
Oh, and there's still species on the planet today that are a lot smaller in structure and size than other people. And it's not fluent because they, like you said, they got eradicated over time.
They try to do that. And then these people, because of their DNA being European mostly, they're trying to also dominate the world, eradicate the Hebrews today. We've been seeing that happening in the news, eradicate all natives from Alaska, or I'm sorry, for the North American continent, Canada and America, trying to eradicate them. When Cortez got here with the Spanish from Europe, the first thing they did was try to eradicate everybody. You had Columbus show up on the East Coast, and before that was Cortez on the West Coast, and they literally were working their way through the entire country trying to eradicate those individuals that used to live here. They do that all over the world to change the face of the world because they believe that their DNA is the superior DNA, and because they also believe that they're part of this superior DNA that actually came from the stars. But there was these other race of beings that were here. So these stories that are myths, according to legend, they don't want you to know are real, that there was giants, like the frost giants. But that also ties into your chakras as well. Most of the stories have more to do with spirituality, but everything within, as within, so without, as below, so above. That's the way you're supposed to know that and say it. But they've perverted that for you to have the caste system and say, as above, so below, as without, so within. Everything they've perverted has turned you to look to someone in a caste system to be in charge. Everything is set up that way because they don't want you learning about the spiritual practice and what the knowledge that these dusty old tomes were trying to teach you. But there was, in fact, other races living here that were dwarfs, that were giants, that were different than the ones that are here currently. And if that were the case, then that you also have to take a look at other things, because when you look at those and we find those beings in history proving that they were real, then you have to look at the same legends who tell you about different animals than the ones that we're used to, like, say, dragons or things like that, that you go, well, then does that mean those were real then? That's a good possibility, yes. They don't want you knowing about history, because to know the history of the earth then gives you reality of what's going on. Some of the people that the legends of dragons were what the people now call the draconians. And the truth is there are at least 8 different species of these lizard people that live inside this planet, that those people all around the earth who claim that they are descendants and are part of this Luciferian descendants of these gods that they tell you aren't real, also tell you that the lizard people are real, but they're not real. So people tell you who they are all the time. You just have to actually take them at their word and believe them. When they're trying to tell you outlandish things. At the same time, they're trying to gaslight you or Jedi mind trick you into believing that the history started 1,000 years ago and that everything before that was all a lie. But we find out that we literally do carbon dating and radial dating and all these things and check the isotopes and find out that, say, the pyramids are not just 10,000 years old, and that the Sphinx is more like 175,000 years old, not 12,000 years old, like they'll tell you today. There are experts that have tested every theory that they claim is true in real life, and all of those theories say that these things around the world are much older, and that there was, and they finally admitted this. Okay, here's something you guys might not know. You guys in the UK probably know this because your people in the UK are talking about it now. They, for generations, have been thinking that Stonehenge was made by Europeans. Well, just about a month ago, they actually said, we believe now that this structure is far older than it was, and it wasn't built by Europeans. It was built by people, a race of people who populated the entire planet as a global society, and that they started in Turkey. The country we know as Turkey was where they started, and they expanded out to the entire world, and they had populated and lived with all of the humans, just like Rome, just like Greece, just like the Western societies of today, where we have all of these countries together: the United Kingdom, the United States, the EU, the European Union. You have all of these governments that are working together as a continent, and that they were doing that back then. And then there was a catastrophe where a meteor struck the Earth 75,000 years ago, and it wiped out this entire population of people. And then there was another one when you had the deluge that flooded everything, and those people got wiped out. Up until a few months ago, they would tell you that there was no global group of people that had any reach. And I remember in history just 5 years ago, they said there's no way that the Egyptians were any further than they were. Today, they literally believe the Egyptians were in Nova Scotia, Canada. They literally say that the Greeks were their reach was all the way into the Middle East before they in history took over everything. They literally did DNA testing on people to find out, because the Australians, Stephen and Evan Strong, looked into, people were saying the out of Africa theory, that all humans came from Africa, yet there's people on this earth that have no African DNA. I do not have any African DNA. I've tested my DNA. I am type O negative blood. I have negative Rh negative factor in my DNA. That means I don't have any African blood. So where did we come from? So then they found that 75,000 years ago, there was a destruction of the earth when a meteor hit, and there were pockets of people: Australia, North, all the way up in the north, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and South Africa and Madagascar. And this whole planet is populated from those three groups of people. Okay, so some of us don't have any African DNA. So something changed, and it was in these time periods. So what they did was they were sort of testing everybody from Australia going on north to those people up north that were Scandinavian Viking, which is where most of my DNA comes from, to find out what happened. And that's when they discovered, wait a minute, the Norwegians used to own everything on the planet at one time before the deluge. They don't want to admit that out loud because
there's several points in history where there was a bottlenecking, where we watched whatever catastrophe happened, there was a limited population at the time. But I wanted to interrupt you for a second, because when we're talking about the giants, I think because me and you were talking about this the other day, how they do give you little pieces, but you got to be able to pull those out of the information. And when I look at it, I go, okay, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, we know that our atmosphere was lower, animals and creatures were able to grow bigger.
Yep.
So with that being said, and the new discoveries of things like Göbekli Tepe, and then they have pictures of stegosauruses in their structures, and there's even older stories of humans walking with dinosaurs, or some kind of humanoid creature walking with dinosaurs. And it almost makes sense that they would be able to grow to that size because of the way that the earth was. My only question is, are these giants, these taller people, these bigger people, are they pre-Atlantean? Are they post-Atlantean, and then they spread out after that, and they were just the leftovers, or
a little bit of both? Some of them were pre, some of them were post. And the people interbred, it's obvious now, because all of them look like we do. So even the ones who claim that they're from this Atlantean species now are just, they look like, in fact, Barack Obama looks more like my father than I do. I was like, wow, I wonder what my dad was doing, because Barack Obama, if my father doesn't have any African DNA, but Barack Obama's DNA, that his white that's in him and his features, he looks like my family. More than I do. I have the recessive gene in my family, so I'm very pale skin and I have freckles. I got that from my mother, and my father had the recessive gene where my grandfather had red hair and freckles. They don't have any red hair left hardly at all. It's all white now. But all my brothers and my brother and all my sisters are all darker skin colored and have brown and black hair and blue and green eyes, because we have a Native American DNA, and we're also a Black Irish clan. in a black clan from Scandinavia. So they're darker. They had darker. Everyone thinks that all people who are Viking have to be all blonde hair, blue eyed. That's just one DNA strand. Red haired also was very Celtic. Those people were very tall. They still are. If you look at the Scottish people, I look short. I'm 6'1", and in my family, I'm short. Yeah. So my family has always been very tall, 6'5", 6'7", things like that. You go back over to Europe, and the Scottish people are taller. Why is that? Because they come from a DNA that's older. So the DNA wasn't introduced just with the Atlanteans, but they were a little taller. They were probably, when we were, because humans at that time would have been about 5'2" to 5'4". People don't realize that we've gotten a lot taller just in the last 300 years. If you look at armor, for instance, real armor from these old castles, the average male was about 5'3", 5'4". The average female was 4'9" to 5'2". Now we're all 6 foot and above. The average height is going up because some people are 7 foot tall. It's because our oxygen is richer, and we're being more spiritual, and we're also eating better. So I think it ebbs and flows, because that's what it seems like it does in history, depending on the people. So I don't think that necessarily all of the giants came from outer space, but there's a good grouping that had the elongated skulls that I believe did.
They did. And there was multiple bottleneckings, because I brought up Genghis Khan to somebody. I'm like, you guys don't understand how much of an impact Genghis Khan had on the society we live in today, just because of his offspring. How many times he reproduced?
A little ditty about that. When I was in physics, listen to this, guys. You guys will freak out on this. When I was in physics, they actually said Genghis Khan. First of all, his DNA is still on this planet, because if you are anywhere in the Middle East, there's a decent possibility, about a 60% possibility, that you actually have some of his DNA. That's how many women he bred with. Okay, mm-hmm. But beyond that, when I was in particle physics, we were learning about that. Literally, my teacher said when Genghis Khan died, they burned him and scattered his ashes to the wind, and those ashes, the particles of the ash, only break down and get smaller and smaller and smaller. So in truth, literally, they say that every time you inhale, no matter where you are on this earth, you are inhaling one molecule that used to be a piece of Genghis Khan.
Ooh, that's a weird thought.
Mathematically, because he was burned and his ashes were scattered to the wind, mathematically, every time every human inhales, you're inhaling at least one particle that is still floating in the atmosphere that used to be Genghis Khan.
That's amazing. Now, I've heard that because our body sheds cells every 7 years, that part of the cells from my brain are now within your lung tissue.
Yeah, right. Because same thing. All the dust that's in your house, most of the dust in your house is not actually dirt that is floated in through the windows. Most of that is your skin that is coming off. We are always losing skin all the time. When you scratch, if you scratch and you see a flake of skin, literally that gets into your atmosphere and floats around. So yeah, every time, because of how much we all shed, every time we inhale, we're actually inhaling everyone's DNA on the face of the earth all at the same time.
That's not gross at all.
That's not gross at all.
It's the circle of life, boys. Come on.
Right.
So yeah, I gotta formally introduce you guys.
If you look physiologically, while you're talking, I got to run real quick, because it's getting dark here in California, and my mother will get up and try and close the curtains when it does, and she's not really capable of doing that. So I need to go and close the curtains and turn on the light, so that my mom won't get up and try to figure out how to get the curtains to close.
No worries. Oh, no worries.
I can hear you, and then I'll come back and we'll talk. So it'll only take me a couple seconds. I'll be right back. All right. Perfect.
And I'm gonna catch you up a little bit, Joey. So first off, how you been?
I've been doing really well. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I can't complain. I didn't tell you I quit drinking for like a week, and I just feel fucking amazing now. I'm still drinking here and there, but I was drinking like a half a bottle a night, and I was getting to a point where I was like, dude, this is just fucking not right. Now I wanted to make sure I still had control of myself, so I stopped for like 5 days. I lost 8 pounds, and I just have all this fucking weird energy now. And I've been drinking water all night. I can actually fucking talk, I'm not chewing on my tongue halfway through the hour.
Well,
And
I'll
I don't
see
know.
you
I
at the
feel
gym.
good.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I've been at the gym nonstop. I was gonna ask how your healing's going.
I'm doing really well, man. I can't 100% bend all the way, and I can't
Okay.
100% extend all the way, but it's damn near there. And
Good.
honestly, like, yeah, it's been healing up really well. You know, up until recently, I've still had to, like, I've been tender with it, you know, sleeping on it in a specific way, but it is getting better and better, you know. I mean, they said that there were chips taken out of the bones, so that's going to take
Oof.
a little bit of time, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man,
So
it was gnarly.
I'm gonna
You should
catch.
have
I
been
was
before.
gonna. Yeah, I know. As soon as they told me about it, I'm like, ugh, that sounded horrible.
It was
But I
so
wanted to catch
bad.
you up a little bit. I don't know how much you caught of what we've been talking about so far.
Only a little bit about giants. I heard a little bit about ancient armor.
Yeah.
I just want to
We've been talking
contribute to
about elongated skulls. We've been talking
Okay.
about some of the overlaps in religion, whether it's the creation myth, the flood myth, those from the heavens that came down to earth. We're talking about some of those overlaps
The
in
Vikings talk
religion.
about it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
they all do. That's what I was showing the correlation. If you look at Joseph Campbell's book, he was onto it. He used to teach at colleges here in the United States until he died. He wrote a book called The Hero of a Thousand Faces. He was onto the mythology and how the mythology around the world coincides with religion. And
Yes.
I have furthered that, and I'm starting to talk about it in the book that I have that I'm hoping to get out. Probably won't be out before January or February now. But I introduced the idea there, which other people are doing around the world because they're starting to be able to translate scrolls and they're figuring it out. The Jesus character, let's just start with that. And I'm calling it a caricature only because some people get offended if they're not a Christian. They go, oh, here we go. He's trying to convert us and tell us that Jesus is the way. And that's the programming that everybody has. But that character as the savior character in that Christian pantheon, the Moses was the exact same character. Marduk, going to the pantheon from Mesopotamia, is the exact same character. Thor in the Viking pantheon is the exact same character, and they all had to do the same thing. The story is identical with only slight changes in the religions. And what they do is wherever they are, like Western Judeo-Christianity is a monotheistic, male-dominated religion. Therefore, you have a godhead that is of masculine, and there's no feminine, and the feminine is lower than the god. Jesus was born of just some normal woman, not a goddess.
Right.
So, you know, see what I'm saying? But then Thor, the same character, was born of a goddess because the religion of the Vikings have a dual aspect, male-female dominated religion of more of a balance. When you go to the Greeks, they did the same thing a little bit more. Their women were not treated as property back in Greece, although they kind of were, but they weren't as bad. And the Vikings didn't treat their women as property either. Neither did the Celts. So, but it was the society of the Hebrews. Women were property. Men were in charge because their religion was a male-dominated religion. Some of the Celtic religions were female-dominated religions with a goddess, right? And the god died every year and was reborn on the cycle of the life. So she was the godhead and he was the lesser demigod who was the life bringer. So that alleviates him or levitates him to the same status. So around the world, you look at the dynamic changes, whether it's a monotheistic male-dominated or female-dominated, or a dualistic male-female, or an androgynous. And the androgynous is what the ancients talked about, and that was what they took out of all of the stories, of all of the legends, and tried to get you not to even know even happened, because the further back you go, the more you realize that all of the religions talked about this godhead that was male and female, neither male nor female, but both.
Yeah. Yes. The united entity. And that goes further into the origin of the twin flame. Yes. But what you're talking about extends even further. And as you're saying, every culture around the world, you could look at Osiris, you know, of the Egyptian mythos or culture.
Right. Yeah. Think about what they had to go through. Right. I mean, even including, we talked about this off air yesterday of Hercules. He had the same thing, and Osiris and all of the gods. Zeus had to kill his father to levitate to the and then Marduk had to kill his grandmother, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, and when me and Leo were
around the world, but they changed it. It's like the sword and the stone, where in the Western Christian belief, in the Druid belief, the sword was there, and Arthur was able to pull the sword out of the stone. If you go to the Colburn Bible or the Viking folklore, they couldn't get the sword out of the stone, but for them, picking up the stone and breaking it over another stone was them having a smarter mind to be able to solve the problem, and that's how they drew the sword from the stone. But now you don't hear that sword and stone theory. Thor had the same thing. They made it in the movie. His father got mad. He descended to Earth. He had to prove his worth before he could pick the hammer back up. And the hammer was what? Locked into a stone.
Have
and
you
and prove his worth? Right?
Have you seen that there is a real life sword in the stone? Are you able to look stuff up? You can, right, Jake?
I can. Yeah, I can pull it up.
Okay, so yeah, there's a real life sword in the stone where a crusader came home and devoted his life to, I believe, agriculture and farming, and he made an oath of peace, and he drove his sword into solid stone, and it's still there.
Still there.
And it looks pretty legit to me.
It probably is. I don't.
It probably is.
Right. I don't doubt it at all. So all of the religions of the earth, going all the way back, and the Mesopotamian scroll, which everybody claims is the oldest scroll on the planet. If you know anything about that, they tell you this scroll that we have, the one that we call the Mesopotamian scroll, is actually a copy of an Akkadian scroll, which was the Greeks, and it was at least 1,100 to 1,500 years older than that story. They changed the names to Tiamat and Mahu and Lahamu and Marduk and all of them.
Sure, of course.
But it was actually a different story. So it's not actually the oldest scroll on the planet, because if you go to the Colburn Bible in Scotland, they have scrolls that came out of Egypt during the Exodus that they took and copied and put there. And those scrolls are actually older than that one. And talk about two more destructions of the earth, which everyone has a basis for. They talk about the destructor of worlds, the destroyer of worlds. We have Shiva, the destroyer of worlds. We have Sutur in the Vikings, the destructor, the destroyer of worlds. All of them are talking about the same God that was in the era that destroyed the planet before the deluge, and that God was a meteor.
Yes, and even Fenrir is within that archetype.
Within that. Now, Fenrir is the veiling. Fenrir the wolf is the story of the Vikings about you being veiled. Thor, that word means thunder. Mjolnir, his hammer means lightning. That's why it controls lightning. And part of their pantheon in the prayer to Thor, which is Amon Amarth made a song out of it, where they're singing, Thor, use your hammer of war and crack the sky. And so during Ragnarok, the time of the veiling, Thor descends to earth. The Christos would, Jacob was getting me wanting to go to that oil, so I want to go there now. The Christos, the oil in your body, goes down your spine, the 33 runs of the ladder of Jacob's ladder, or the 33 years of Jesus' life, goes down to what we call Midgard, the earth, what they call Bethlehem, which was called Bethlehem in your body.
Or the root chakra.
Or the root chakra. Yes, you go down to that
Muladhara.
vertebrae in your body that is in the root chakra, and the oil goes down there and comes back up. That is the descent to Thor coming down to earth, Jesus coming down to earth, Marduk coming down to earth to go and fight his battle with his grandmother. Literally, they do the same thing. Thor then brings an army with him, going up all the chakras and being charged by the chakras, goes back to Valhalla, right to Asgard in the head, and then he cracks open the sky with his lightning and illuminates the world. Jesus was the light of the world, and he illuminates the world. Santa Claus goes down the chimney and leaves you presents and goes back up the chimney. And if you're good, for goodness sake, you get the presents. What are the presents? The illumination. If you're bad, you get the coal. And what's the coal? That's the actual juice in your brain that is secreted if you actually eat of the tree of life instead of the ascension. So instead of ascending, you actually get that black oil, the coal in your head.
Thor is the son of who?
And Thor is the son of Odin, who is the god, the
all god. Right.
And Jesus is the son of the all God. Marduk was the grandson, but he was the son. That's why he was able to be raised up. He was an offshoot from a different wife, and so he was actually the son of the God, the Godhead, when he killed his grandmother. Or it was actually, yeah, it was his grandmother or his aunt. I don't remember which, but either way, it was still the same triangle, the same trilogy, only told a different way because of the different dynamic. That one had the God, the dual man and female, God and goddess. The Hebrew Bible has only one God, and the feminine is a little bit less. But the Vikings had the dual aspect again. It's the same story. So some people keep trying to figure out, well, where did it start? They all must have copied from one thing. What if they were all telling the story that they all knew to be true?
The same story.
Yeah, the same story. What if
Do you mind? Do you mind if I read a chapter from my book here, chapter 13?
So I told him about your book. I told him about your book yesterday. He's very interested. I'm going to try to get him a copy and get him one sent. Leo's got a book that's coming out soon as well. So
I need to. It is already published on Amazon, but there are a few typos. Of course, it's the original edition. The next version will be the first edition. So I'm going to work on.
It's a lot of money to get it edited. I'm already $1,800 in.
Thankfully, I come from a family of literate people, but yeah, it's still taking a lot of time. So, but without further ado, my book, The Arrow's Path, chapter 13, is titled Forgetting. Are there some things our mortal minds aren't wired to comprehend? Cosmic mysteries of reality, or rather the answers to them, are too baffling and vast, too mind-bending for us to fully retain or even grasp. When practicing shamanic journeying, it is best to keep paper and pen on hand so that you can write down your experiences without forgetting the details. The same can be said of dream journals. Yes. I've had direct interaction with God, the Creator, but it's difficult to recall much past the sense of awe and love I felt as I looked upon his face basked in the purest white light. Despite my practice of recording my journeys with paper and pen, I still couldn't recall everything that was said during that interaction. Often, key pieces of the puzzle are missing in profound mystical experience. While things can be accessed, it seems that some knowledge is too much for our mortal minds, and retaining that knowledge might make us short circuit. Did Jesus remember creating the earth, or did his heavenly Father protect his mortal son from such a burden? He didn't know exactly when the second coming would happen. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. That's from Matthew chapter 24, verse 36. With forgetting who we are, God incarnate, one who ought to be upright in action, it is possible to slip up and make mistakes. Shortcomings, incorrect action, as the Buddhists would call it, things we know we shouldn't do. While we may attempt to justify such wrong action with this or that, this will only result in cognitive dissonance and pain. An individual with free will who does not practice right action will make mistakes. And here we have a quote from the great Alan Watts. Freedom means basically the freedom to make mistakes, the freedom to be a damn fool, and then not to recriminate with yourself when you do finally realize it was a mistake, but simply don't do it again, or at least do it less often. And so we make mistakes, but we learn from them. Collectively as a species, we seem to keep on forgetting. We need to keep reminding ourselves of ourselves through religious text, allegory, and parable, perhaps so we can learn from mistakes of past humanity. Is it not interesting that Noah had 3 sons who survived the flood, and from them would be descended an entire lineage, while in Norse mythology, the 3 sons, Odin, Vile, and Ve, killed the frost giant Ymir, and so much blood poured from him that all the frost giants were drowned, except for one, who, with his wife, managed to climb into a boat made of a hollowed tree trunk. From them, the new race of Yatuns were descended. Many similar motifs exist across Hinduism, Buddhism, and Christianity. Here we have a reading from the Bhagavad Gita. At the beginning, mankind and the obligation of selfless service were created together. Through selfless service, you will always be fruitful and find the fulfillment of your desires. This is the promise of the Creator. That's chapter 3, verse 10. Maharaji said that to gain enlightenment, you feed people, and to activate the Kundalini, you must serve people. Selfless service is at the heart of our humanity. Kundalini has been likened to our toroidal biofield energy and the serpent climbing the tree of life. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's Genesis chapter 2, verse 9. If we eat the fruit, then we become aware of good and evil, become aware of the weight of our actions, and so the realization comes that selfless service is of the highest moral calling. Selfless service sets us free. We can raise our prana, our energy, by serving others, ascending the tree of life through the revelations resulting from eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Oh, and the frost giant that Odin and his brothers killed, he had been feeding off the 4 rivers of milk flowing from Audumla, a cow created from the melting of primordial ice. This same cow was licking blocks of rime which were salty, and after 3 days, a man emerged from the ice. That man was called Buri. Buri begat Bor. Bor begat the 3 brothers who killed the frost giant Ymir. Not only is this an interesting turn of events, part of it also mirrors Genesis. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. Chapter 2, verse 10, Genesis. There are so many stories of creation which revolve around water, and this is no surprise when we consider that a woman's water breaks when she gives birth. Water is necessary for life. Here we have a verse from the Tao Te Ching. True goodness is like water. It nurtures everything and harms nothing. Like water, it ever seeks the lowest place, the place that all others avoid. Jesus kept the company of sinners and of tax collectors because he understood this fundamental concept. And it came to pass as Jesus sat having dinner in the house, many tax collectors and sinners came and ate with him and his disciples. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto his disciples, Why eateth your master with tax collectors and sinners? But when Jesus heard that, he said unto them, They that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick. But go ye and learn what that meaneth. I will have mercy, not sacrifice. For I am not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. That's Matthew chapter 9, verse 10 to 13. As water is necessary for life, so too is kindness. Let's not forget that.
Right?
Yeah.
And all of that is talking about the same thing that everybody talked about, which is and then are all talking about that, which is the Christos.
Yes.
Which is the oil, which is the brain fluid, the water of life, and the ascension or descension and ascension, the being Christed, dying, resurrecting, and illuminating your brain. In service to others, and the law of one talks about that, and all of the religions talk about it on the earth. The law of one talks about that. They all talk about that. And if you literally learn theology, just like you were just saying, and you read that, you see the correlation and or what they were teaching. And this is why my book is literally entitled "The Reality About Reality: Returning to the Old Ways." Because the old ways, the knowledge that is still there and it still exists in all these books, because and only because they had to keep in some books that they were trying to eradicate, and they didn't understand them and couldn't translate them the way that they wanted to, but they needed this stuff to be there. So the first thing they tell you is it's all a myth. It's not real, because then you won't make the correlation. But the second thing they say, just like we said before, their DNA goes back to these so-called gods, right? But yet they say they're so-called gods and they're not real, but our DNA is traced back to them, by the way, when we want to establish control over the earth. But what they're not letting you know is that it's this oil, and this oil is this essential, the land of milk and honey, Jacob's ladder, the dissension, the proving of yourself, because if you're in service to self, you will always eat of the tree of life because you live in the flesh. That's what they called this body back in the day. Living of the flesh, eating of the tree of life. If you're stuck here and you're only living with power, money, control, manipulation, likes, clicks, popularity, then you're living in this third dimensional place. And there is another part of that 3D that all of them are referring to, and that is the density. And the density is the place that your immortal soul resides in. And that is outside of the bounds and the laws of this place. But the only way you can access that is what he was just talking about and reading to you from that book, from his book, is that they were all telling us, and that is to be in service to others. And if you are in service to others, you activate within you a different vibration that is a vibration that is slightly off from living in this place. And if you are doing that and you learn that cycle, which I literally talk about in my book, the cycle of that oil in your body, because every 29.5 days, it actually goes down your spine from two places in your freaking brain, and actually two different, one oil that is electricity charged, which is the milk, and one is that it is literally a honey-like substance, which is charged with magnetism. They go down the Kundalini and goes down the Ingala and Pingala nervous system. Nerves go down your spine to that base red ray root chakra area that is the 7 vertebrae that are attached to one another, fused. It goes down to there, and in the ancient times they called that Bethlehem, by the way, and or Midgard, Middle Earth, and literally mixes together and then gets charged by that chakra and goes back up your body. And as it's doing, it's getting charged by all of your chakras. And if you are aligning them properly and you are in service to others, there's a different vibration there that is adding to that oil. And that oil goes back up through your hippocampus, which is Santa Claus going up the chimney, or Jesus' ascension, or Thor's ascension, or any of those other characters. And it goes into your brain back to the optic thalamus. And it is then Christed. It is then dead and crucified. And if you do not eat of the tree of life and you are in service to others, and that after 2.5 days, the resurrection, after 3 days, it then is Thor cracking the sky and chasing after the wolf, or Jesus becoming the light of the world. And it illuminates all of your billions of brain cells that you have. But you have to be doing the right thing while you're doing that. Hence the story of the children with Santa Claus going down the chimney and coming back up. And I talk about that. The name Christopher, Kris Kringle. Chris means he who is like God. Kringle is the grommet hole currently that a sail, you put the grommet in there, that the rope goes through a sail. In ancient times in the north, that word meant chimney, the hole in the ceiling. And they use that because the Christ, Kris Kringle, goes through the Kringle and comes back up and becomes the claws by going into the claustrum. Through the claustrum of your brain, he becomes Christed, becoming the claws. Now he becomes Santa Claus. And what people don't realize, they think I mean saint because it does in Latin. It actually doesn't. If you're of the north of the Viking languages of Norwegian, Svenska, or any of those languages up there, you know that Tanta means grandma and Santa means grandpa, wise one. So he goes and becomes the wise Christed oil. So Santa Claus, he becomes from Kris Kringle, who comes to Earth. Santa Claus has come to town, and then goes to the North Pole through the chimney and delivers presents to you, illuminates you. That was a story they told for their children, so they understood that. That's where Santa Claus came from. Okay. And literally all of these stories we're talking about throughout time and history, talking about this Christed oil, this Christ, this Christos, which means this holy oil. And that if you're in service to others and taking care of yourself and not getting drunk and having sex in that 3-day time period, you don't eat from the tree of life, and you actually then become illuminated, and your vibration is illuminated, your mind is illuminated, it's expanded, you become smarter. Your intelligence goes up, and you start to unlock knowledge from whatever you call that, the Akashic Record, the Hall of Mente. You start unlocking this knowledge that we've been talking about. And that happens in levels and in waves. The more that you are not focused on living in the now and being this better person, the more that knowledge is the only way that knowledge is unlocked. So those people who are in service to self, the evil 1% that says they own this world, they can't have you knowing about that. Because if you know about that, then you will see them for who they really are. And what's happening on this earth is that people are waking up daily and going, These people are lying to us all the time. They're just blatant about it. They used to hide. No.
They're putting their thumb down on the rest of us. Yeah. Now, what you're also tapping into is I'm sure you've heard about Zen Buddhist monks and Japanese Buddhist monks who gain certain, I believe that they are called siddhas, certain powers over time as they purify themselves.
Yes.
And there's certain levels that they gain and certain different powers that are described.
Some of them can astral travel and go through time. Yeah, brother. Yeah. No,
And time travel.
Yeah.
There's a recent scientific paper that came out stating that time travel is impossible, at least our understanding of it. I believe that time travel is definitely something within the mind and within the spirit.
Yes. Because when you're outside of this body, you're outside of time. Time
is a construct of this meat suit.
Only happens here. So when you're in
that that's exactly what it is. Time is a construct of the meat suit that we're in. We're only have to obey time when we're in this suit that we're wearing right now. If you're outside of this suit, that's why I was talking about astral projection, and I was talking about all the different times where you're not necessarily wearing the suit at the moment, where time isn't really relative, or even astral projection, or what's it called when you look back at past events?
Past life review.
Past life regression review.
Like when people view like the fall of Atlantis. Remote viewing. Remote view, because that's almost an out of body thing as well, where you're not attached to the time and you can view.
I literally just talked about this. I cut out a few of the tidbits from last Friday and posted those on all my places. I literally just talked about this. Part of the training that I got, part of the shaman training that I got, was learning to dream walk. And the reason that we teach this, and I've been teaching it for 35 years, is just exactly what you're talking about. In the same thing with these Tibetan monks and the Japanese monks, Chinese monks, the Eastern philosophical thought, they were far more advanced. Western world was able to stifle their people quite a bit better than the Eastern world was. So people pay attention to the Eastern philosophical now here in the West, and that's illuminating the West. And it's getting harder for these people that think they're in charge to keep everybody asleep, because they're starting to become more illuminated. I agree with you. So literally part of the training, the shamanistic training is, and I talked about this, is to teach you how to ascertain when you're in a dream and become cognitive of the dream and take control of the dream. That's called dream walking. And once you learn that, then the next step is, if you can do that and become cognitive there, you can then start to astral project and learn the difference. That
might I suggest
is internal, but you're outside of the dream and outside of time. Then when you astral project, it's easier for you to then what they call the waking dream walk, and that is starting to leave your body when you're awake. And we teach you that you daydream. That's how we move you into that. When you're daydreaming, you're actually doing that. You're conscious. You're not in your subconscious. You're in your superconscious. You're kind of attached to your body, but not paying attention. And you're out there doing something. That's actually astral projecting.
Now,
once you realize the dream walk, the astral project of the daydream, then you start to realize that you can do it at will. And once you do that and learn how those three feel, then after you're taught, this is how it feels to daydream, this is how it feels to project. Now, how does it feel to be here? And what happens is, when you get used to feeling all of them and you come back here, you start to realize that's not different from any of those places, except for my perception of time here.
The shamanic consciousness. Yes. And absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's when you start to realize in your enlightenment, this place is a dream, like the daydream, like the night dream. The only difference is my perception of time here. And I just put out a video, like if I'm in a dream, I can say, I need my glasses, and they could appear in my hand, because there's no time. So it just appears there. When you're here and you say, I need my glasses, you have time, and your construct that's here is in the place of doing, not in the place of thought. But you are residing in the place of thought, and you say, I need my glasses. So you have to tell your construct to pick them up. So it takes longer because you have time. Time, when you leave this place of time, only becomes that what it takes your physical body to do something or go from one place to another. When you stop using the physical body and get into the astral, when you realize that you are an immortal spirit and start shifting into the place where you're not in this body, you're outside of the construct of time, and everything is instantaneous, including past, present, and future. And that's what
a response to Denise really quick. Well, really quick, a side
note.
Yeah,
no, go ahead.
for testing lucidity, I would suggest hand tattoos. That's a great way to do it. But just to respond to Denise, she said, I know I travel at night because I come crashing down in bed, but I don't remember where I was, LOL. So
let me get to that too when you were talking about your book and you were reading that. So you say that, and then I want to cover a little bit of that because you were getting onto it in your book.
absolutely. So journaling and just starting to take notes on the little bits of things that you do remember are going to help you to activate the part of your brain that is going to remember the rest of it. So if you can just write down any little tidbit of even simply writing down the fact that you came crashing down, but you don't remember where you were, just that is going to help you with your mental and your shamanic visionary state. It's going to further sharpen your sights, and it's going to enable you to remember more and more from your experience.
Yeah, I actually 100% agree with Joey.
That's why they have you do that when you're in school and you want to learn a word and they have you write it over and over and over.
Yep.
That's the same thing. And so you're getting it into your repetitive nature by learning to write, because the next time you might remember a little bit more. But I wanted to address that because you were talking about that.
Let me jump in here a second. I want to get on that with you.
Sometimes when you leave your body, and this is what you were talking about, and then you go to, say, your higher self or your higher self or guides, or even to the face of the creator, the information that you're gaining there, you can't know down here. And so you said that in your book, you're afraid of that. You're saying how they veil you to protect you, because in a sense, yes, they have to. That was how the veiling works, is we're not supposed to know that we are the creator ultimately, because that's the only way we can have this organic experience of life and death, because we have to believe this is real. So
yes, we have to be fully invested.
We can't have. Yeah.
We have to be fully invested in the drama. Exactly.
Yeah. And so to your point, Denise, to his point, you have to start journaling all the time when you wake up, every little detail, even if it was, and then I saw a fish. I don't know what that meant. Put down you saw, or there was a field, or I remember when I was starting to do that, I kept remembering for some reason, and I know now why, but at the time I didn't. I kept remembering being in a field of green grass, and there was a tree, a tall tree that in my mind's eye now seemed like a weeping willow. And that was sort of an anchor for me. And when I started writing that down, each time it seemed that I would either return to that or start at that point, and that gave me a place to remember, and then I could start remembering some of the stuff. However, when you get to where you're talking to your higher self, there are conversations that you have, and I hated these when I was younger, where you were talking about this in your book. You literally, when you come back, you know that you knew the secrets to the universe, and you were talking about some really cool shit, man. And now, damn it, I can't remember what it was.
Right. There was that one thing that they said. What was it?
Yeah, that was just everything was in that one thing, and I knew it at the time, and I was like,
it was so good.
And then they were like, and now you don't get to remember that. That's just like Jacob in the Bible or Daniel in the Bible. Write this down. Now eat this. You're not going to remember this, but it's there. And that is the same thing that we go through on our ascension path, where we start to realize that we're having conversations with beings, ourself, our higher self, possibly the Godhead, and somebody in between, that are giving us really intense information that we don't get to know currently, but it has to be told to us because it's part of we're going to bring back here. And it may or may not mean something to us in our life, but we don't get to remember it. And we get veiled again when we come here. But the act of that happening, and then you remembering that you were veiled, is actually helping you to expand your consciousness. So every detail that you can remember, and then they said, I'll never remember it, and I don't.
And
writing that down helps you anchor to it.
It helps not only expand your consciousness, but the human consciousness, people who are studying this stuff, because your experiences, even if it's just like the tiny minutia of a detail, like you said, and then I saw a fish, or then I saw a butterfly, or anything like that, it could be relevant to somebody out there. Messages are meant to be interpreted by the people that come across them. You know what I mean?
That goes back to Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Let me jump in here real quick.
I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Let me jump in on this real quick, because that's the title, that it's the first page that I have in my dream journal. Is it says tie it down. It says it right on the front of it. because you said anchor, and that's what reminded me of it. I was like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
just
use
tie
the
it down,
anchor
because
that.
as soon as you get
Just tie it
something,
down. Same
yeah,
thing.
as soon as you get that base, then you can start building off of it. Everybody,
Well, that's
Joe
exactly.
answered it like
You
that.
establish the
You know,
base. You have to remember, right? We're the tree of life. So you have to establish the tree of life, or the anchor, or that tying it down to some place that you can return to as in your mind to make sense of it. And then you can then look at other things. I remember this place, and this was a different place. So
Yeah.
now you're making headway. Do you see?
Yeah.
Now you're making headway. Yeah.
Well, because that's what me and you, that's what I was drawing out of you the other day when I was talking about the possibility of possession when you're out of your body. And you were talking about the rubber band effect, the tie down, similar to her story of getting slammed back into the bed,
Yes,
crashing into the bed.
Denise, if you're out of your body too long, sometimes your body will, like if you're having a dream that happens, your body, your heart doesn't know the difference. So you go adrenaline boost, your heart is pounding, things like that happen. So if you get too far from your body and you get lost out there, or if you're out there too long, you are tethered to the body. And if there's something that your body needs you because of there's a fire in the house, or somebody woke up, or somebody's breaking in your house, or anything that's going on, or that you've been gone too long, or you're having a nightmare, or the whatever you're having as the experience is got your body reacting as if you're in it. Sometimes your blood sugar level will get low, your oxygen level gets lower, your heart starts racing. Your body will yank you back in, and you come in crashing real hard when that happens. And that is done as well to remind you that you were out of body. So I always tell people, if you ever had that experience where I was asleep and then all of a sudden I felt like I was in the air, and then I crashed into my body really hard, and I jolted and woke up and was like, what the hell? And my heart was racing. It was because you were out there. You either got lost, or you're out too long, or something was going on that your body was reacting to what was happening, and it thought it was happening to you now. And your body needed you to come back in so that you would wake up, start breathing again, and calm down.
I'd like to make a suggestion here. So with my understanding of shamanic journeying, I've delved a lot into brainwave frequencies.
Right.
So all the work that I do generally revolves around the theta brainwave state. So
Right.
the theta is between alpha and delta. Alpha is like awake but relaxed. Delta is deep sleep, right?
Yeah.
So when you jolt from theta brainwave state into an active state, like when you're journeying, a lot of shamanic drumming tracks, like CD tracks and things like that, and just shamanic practitioners, they'll go from rattling at a theta brainwave state, like 4 to 7 beats, to 8 to 13, which is the alpha state, to bring you out of theta back into alpha at the end of your journey, so that you're more, it brings you more into your body, makes you more aware, basically, of your conscious surroundings.
So you don't slam back in.
Exactly. So you don't slam back in. So you go from something that would be like 4 to 7, like into a slightly faster one, like.
Right. So, because that gets your attention here when you do that.
Yeah.
Just doing that was grounding. I could feel that just by you speeding up. It does that. And that's why, if you've ever gone to drum circles, I used to go and we used to teach this, and I used to go to drum circles all the time, at least once a week. And that's exactly what they do. And that is the natural rhythm. I remember the first time I went, and I was like, well, what am I supposed to be doing? And they're just like, just do what you feel like doing. Everybody close your eyes and just do it. And the effect that happens, if you've ever gone to a drum circle and you're there for the first time, I always tell everybody it's one of those things you should do once in life. After that, you're going to be hooked and you want to go back. But when you first get there, no one knows what to do, and they're all like, I don't know what I'm doing. And the teacher will tell you, or the guide will tell you, just everybody do what you feel like you need to do. Close your eyes. After everybody starts doing this, this happens 100% of the time. Everybody there will be doing their own thing and not knowing what to do, and rattling the rattles and banging the things and doing all the stuff. And when you close your eyes and you just start doing what you feel, all of a sudden, after like 10 to 15, sometimes 30 seconds, everybody in the entire place will shift instantly and be exactly on the same beat, doing the exact same thing from that point on. Yeah.
Yes. I've been to a couple different open mic nights where I brought the hand pan out, and I played with some of my friends who are guitarists, and some of our tempo changes and like some of just like the change, the phrasing has been so on point that we were just tapped into this thing. And that is where you're tapped into like a samadhi state, just this total flow state where you're not, there is no detachment between you and your instrument, between you and what you're doing. You are
And
literally
people.
completely part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what when musicians, like you're saying, you get together and we're just going to jam. I don't know what we're going to do. Somebody starts playing, you and everybody else starts playing, and then just like you said, after a few seconds, everybody gets all of a sudden on the same page, and all of a sudden you start making beautiful music, and people sometimes go, "Man, we got to write that down. That was good stuff."
Yeah.
A jam session is how songs are written. Well, the same thing goes with all of us. We are harmonically in tune. And we don't know it. And individually, we're out of tune with all of nature and the world. And that's the charm of making, by the way, which I'll give you guys again. But again, it's the Irish, not the Welsh. The Welsh is so much prettier, and it's slightly off from what I will tell you. But the charm of making is that call to nature and to get in tap with nature. And everybody has that within them because, like Nikola Tesla said, if you want to know the secrets to the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. That's literally what is we are. That's the 3, 6, and 9. That's the building blocks of the universe. We are sound. We are vibration. We are energy. And literally, once you start to tap into that, and the ancient Druids used the charm of making, which calls to that, right? And I'll give it to you in the Gaelic. But if you guys know it in the Welsh, I've only heard it spoken once in the Welsh. It was on my show, in a 33-degree Freemason, Master Mason, was on the show, and he literally had a book, and a buddy of mine that was on the show, McGalvery, literally had a book that's in the Jung Institute over there in was that Sweden, and he actually said it in the Welsh, and it's on my recording for Earth Day 2 years ago, and I love it because it's so much more. But I'll give it to you in the ancient Gaelic, and it's literally, and I'll translate it into English. Some of you know this if you're my fans. I've said this on air. You used to not tell people this. It used to be a secret, but you can't use it it's like high magic with a K. If you don't know it, you can know the words and you can't do anything with it. But if your intention is good, you can use that. It's literally Anal Nathrak Wuthfas Bethud Dothiel Dienve. Okay, that translates into English as all that is of nature and of time space, do heed my intention, or do hear my call. Okay, or do my bidding if it's Middle English. Okay, so it's literally you're calling to all that is space and time and all that is nature, and you're saying, do hear and heed my intentions. But if your intentions are not good, you're not going to get much of a result. And that, if you watched and learned about Merlin and what happened with Morgana, when she stole the charm of making and usurped that for her own power, it didn't destroy the Merlin, it just entrapped him. And then he just left his body and was talking to everybody from the astral and projecting into their dreams and stuff, and eventually defeated her anyways. That's the whole point of that. She was using it in service to self. But
it's like a Jedi Sith kind of dynamic.
It's exactly the same. The Jedi,
anytime you use it for,
I'm a Jedi Master. I'm actually listed in the Jedi Temple in New Zealand as a Jedi Master since 2004. Right? And that's
truly is that dynamic.
That's why my name, if you look on my pages, says Kelto Crow Eagle. That's Kelto is my Jedi Master name. And that's actually taken from the word Celtic. Which comes from the Greek, because the people that we call the Celts or the Celtic people, that word is a Greek word, was Keltoi, and that literally meant those people who live up north who are not Greek.
Yes, right. Okay.
So we call them the Celts or the Celtic people, but we don't know what they call themselves because, like the Vikings, because they were Southern Vikings, they didn't teach anyone their language, so no one knows who they were and what they were about, but they knew everything about everybody else.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, isn't that interesting that they did that? And so literally the Jedi way is that same. The Sith and the Jedi is the Kundalini and the Kunda buffer. The Sith is in service to self, Kundalini, masculine, Mars energy, and the Jedi is the feminine Venus energy of the Kundalini energy. And it's the two of those together, the gray Jedi, which is the balance of those two without being one or the other, but being the dual aspect androgynous energy, is where you got Rey, when she was broken into two from the two bloodlines, that whole divergence in the Force reuniting. And at the end of that movie, when they asked her what her name was, she said her last name was Skywalker, because her and what was his name, Ren, were actually one soul. And that goes back to all the religions with, like you were saying, the dual aspect and the twin flame and all of that in that pantheon of that religion, which it is actually a legitimate religion in most parts of the world. It's just not recognized in the United States. England, they say there's no church, but you can actually put in the United States and England and Australia and New Zealand, you can list that in the military as your religion. So if they claim it's not a real religion, why are they letting people actually list it as their religion? Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, may you be touched by his noodly appendage.
Right. Right. And for us, this is that same thing. It's just really small. If you think about the noodly appendage, it's literally the same as our beards, because I mean, even in the religions of the earth, they say don't cut the hair on the side of your head. You're not supposed to cut your hair or your beard. The law of one, they say in their Raw, says that 6-inch length hair, your hair is nerve endings, they're antennas. So
Yeah.
6-inch length hair allows you better access to the universal mindset. So the whole Hebrew religion used to be that way. The Muslim religion to this day is don't cut your hair, right? And the Hebrew religion said the same thing. In the Old Testament, it says don't cut the hair at the sides of your head.
Rasta the same way. Hebrew are the same way.
Just this hair really long, and a guy saw me and literally said to me, "You're a Jedi, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, how do you know that?" He said, "Because you have the Jedi beard, bro. I can see it." And then when I just grow the bottom part, of course, the Egyptians had the beard of wisdom, right? Yeah. So literally the Europeans did the same, having a full beard. You were a man, but it was the wisdom. If you look at Gandalf, you look at all sages and all people of wisdom, they all have a big beard and long hair. Yeah. Thor, Odin,
sages, druid,
right? They all have a beard.
Yep, it's very true.
Yeah, but it's not just because I'm growing a beard because I think I look cool because I'm a man and men have beard. That when I was a teenager, that's probably why I started growing it. But the truth is that the more hair, I can't grow hair on my head. Look, so I would look weird with long hair just on the sides, right? So I grow a beard, and I always have a longer than normal beard. This is my Christmas beard. I always grow it this time of year. Jake, first thing he said to me is, "How's the beard going? Are you growing it?" Right, Jake? He said that to me when he messaged.
Because I knew he was going to be Santa.
It's a connection. I see it as our connection to God. It's our connection to the passage. It's the connection of the passage of time.
Yes.
And also, despite the fact that I'll trim up my upper mustache.
Yeah.
Only for the ladies.
Mine's longer than normal, but usually it's up off the lip. Right now, I don't have a girlfriend or a wife, so I'm letting it grow down. But I agree with you; they don't like it so much. So you trim it up so that it doesn't tickle their lip. But then you grow the beard. That just happens. It's the Jedi way. It's the Viking way. It's the Christian way. It's the the Hebrew way. It's the Muslim way.
Well, I was also thinking, even on the feminine side, Leo. Even on the feminine side, Leo, witches are known for having long, flowing, dark, thick hair, and it's even encompassed to them as well, or hair that covers their whole body.
Then, or the hair being gray. First of all, as you get older, that happens. But anyone who transmutes energy, I'm also a Reiki master teacher. Anyone who transmutes energy through their body through either magic or healing or using your abilities, empathy or channeling, transmuting energy through your body actually burns the color out of your hair. So I used to say when I was younger, show me a witch or a warlock and I'll show you somebody who dyes their hair.
I have mad grays going on. So you were talking about intention earlier with magic with a K. And I believe that all magic is based in intention. So you make changes in the spirit, which then manifests as changes in the physical, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
And that totally ties into my training as a sound healer and the sound healer's crucible, and how that is 100% intention based. And you set your best intention, but essentially for your client, and they set their own intention for the sound healing session. But part of the sound healer's crucible is you're setting an intention for the session that is not only of the highest good, but you're communicating with your spirits and with
Yep.
their spirits.
Yes. And you ask permission of their higher self to do what you're doing. And when we teach this, we always say intention, intention, intention. It's always 3 times, right? It's
Okay.
always 3 times. And so we always tell everybody that the most important thing in everything you're doing is your intention.
Yes.
100%. And literally that's what the charm of making is saying, heed my intention. But people will try to say that it's, heed my call, do my bidding. But that just depends on your intent. If you're saying do my bidding, that means that you want it to understand you. You want it to stand under you. That means you're doing it for to be in service to others. You're doing that to be in service to self, because your intention by your own actions and words are being aggressive and saying you do what I tell you to do. So if you're truly talking to nature and the universe and itself, you're not telling it what to do, you're asking it. And that means your intention is to heed my intention.
Well, that is what being that's what being an extension of God is, part of being the hand of God, an instrument of God. You align with what is God's intent. You say, God, may you act through me, and may I follow the path that you lay at my feet without doubt.
And you'll do that with everything. If you're doing that with anything, and we teach that you're the tool. You're not the one who's the maker of it. You're not the actuator. Don't get a big head and think you're ego and saying, I have these abilities. You only have that which you agree to and what the universe allows you. And the universe is run by what you were saying, by the mind of the collective. And if you're in service to self, you only have access to magic with a C. If you're in service to others, you have access to magic with a K, which is a bigger place.
And that's a lot of it's about not letting the right hand know what the left hand is doing. That's literally a lot of what it is.
Because the devil's on the left side and the angel is on the right side. So it's literally that. And we have those sayings, not realizing that. And we teach that when you're communing with your guides or being a medium and doing medium work, you'll know the difference, because if the information's coming from your left side, there's a good possibility that that's an evil spirit. That's where the devil, your ego, sits. If it's coming from on your right side, then it's not. And it's either your conscience, which is the angel on your right shoulder, or it's your guides or your higher self. So you learn that, and that's universal. It doesn't matter if you're left-handed or right-handed. That's universal. I'm left-handed, and it's still the same way.
Well, and we receive energy.
Green or red to go past you on a boat or on a plane, right?
We receive energy from the right side, and we extend energy from our left
masculine.
side.
Yes,
right.
Same thing. So the dark side is the left side. That's the masculine, and the right side is the feminine side. And that's the actual positive. People think positive means expelling. If you look at our planet, the north pole of our planet is where the energy comes into. The south pole of our planet is where the energy comes out of, and it cycles back up and comes in. So we bring the energy in through the feminine, and we expel it through the masculine. So because the masculine is the aggressor. And that's why the man has the phallic symbol, has a penis, and the woman has the womb that accepts. It's everything as below, so above, as within, so without. Everything that is in the spiritual manifests in the physical, and it's there to show you that literally the balance of the two is the only way that you can ascend properly. You can't ignore the masculine, and you can't ignore the feminine, which means you can't ignore evil, and you can't ignore the good. You have to know the balance of the two. We're living that here. Living in this place, we're being exposed to the masculine and the feminine, the war and the love, the hate and the love, or the good and the bad, the light and the dark. You can't know life without death. You can't know light without darkness. You can't know darkness without light. You can't know death without life. So you have to know all of that to know the Godhead. So we're having this experience here, so that we will learn that and start to ascend. And you get above that at some point, like you were saying earlier, you get above that in your spirit, and you look back at the yin and the yang and the Kundalini energy of the Celtic knotwork, which is all a representation of the same thing. And you realize that it's actually supposed to be this way, and it's beautiful. And if Jacqueline were here, she'd be crying right now.
That's why I got my Power of Life tattoo, to remind me that the universe is beautiful, despite all of the muck that life may bring us, and the obstacles, the mountain-like obstacles that appear in front of us. There is still beauty within within the struggle, you know.
Absolutely.
And every little bit of the framework of our universe is designed around beauty and
It's your perspective, and they've tried to control the narrative of the perspective to make you only see the negative because they want to keep you here.
yes,
In this, you have to choose to stop looking at only the negative, because all the truths we cling to are directly related to a certain point of view, ours. So if you're following them and they're like a sheepdog saying, don't look there, look over here,
well,
and that's all you look at, it's the allegory of the cave.
yes.
Well, we were talking about this the other day when we were talking about the yin and the yang. And I think it's important not even to think of them as good and bad or good and evil or anything like that. I think of it as light and dark, just because I want to be able to draw from tools on both sides, whether you're talking about the masculine and the feminine or whatever. I want to be on that center line, and I want to be grabbing tools from both sides to make it through my path. Like,
yes.
And I still control that.
What are you talking about? Because you're first, on one hand, you're saying, and I'm like, that's funny that you put it that way. On one hand, I'm saying this, and on the other hand, I'm saying this. You're already knowing the answer. Right? Yeah. They're saying you're saying you have to choose to be good and not evil, but then you're saying there's this balance, and I'm like, Jake was onto it. Literally, what we're saying here is, in the physical, you have to choose to be in service to others or in service to self. Whatever you choose is your choice. If you want to choose to be in service to self and murder, rape, and pillage, go ahead. You're going to be there to be the boogeyman to chase all the other kids. And if you're the other way, you'll be the boogeyman to chase those kids. It doesn't matter. You have to choose one of those paths. But then when you do that, I'm in service to others, the energy of your soul, the universe itself, is not good or evil. It just is. It is only this condition which is good or evil. So Jacob, you're onto it in knowing that the energy that you're trying to wrangle is a balance of the two. That's not in the physical. That's part of the density that is where your soul resides. Because there is no good or evil. There just is. There is no time. Yeah. Everything is just now. And so when you start,
it's just balance. Is all it is. It's balance. And if you think about it as good and evil, I feel like you give things too much power. You know, like
it brings you into this place, right? It kind of pulls you into the third dimension. I agree with you.
To bring it back to intent, though, as we progress on this path, you can't just do good just because you see people doing good and you're like, I want to do that. It's part of the whole moi or non-striving concept. So it has to become part of your innate being. Yeah. So it's part of
it for yourself. You have to be doing it for everyone else.
There's a balance. There's a balance to intent too.
To like them, I love what you're saying, because you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
I think there's a huge balance to intent though as well. Yeah. Because so say enabling is a great example. Your intentions are good for how you try to help somebody, but if you are enabling them, you're actually not helping them. Your intentions could be pure. It doesn't matter. Intention always isn't the key. There has to be a balance of understanding as well.
Yep. No, it's true. Sometimes when you're raising children, sometimes you have to let them fall. They have to learn that. If you if you never show them the fire, or you show them the fire, but you never let them get near it physically, and you don't touch this, it'll burn you, they're going to eventually go and touch that fire. But
that's what we talked about. The experience is so necessary.
Can't touch this.
Yeah, that's what we and you talked about. The experience is so necessary. It would be great if kids would just listen to everything their parents said, and they might even get a head start. But odds are they're going to have to experience it to understand it. Like there is no.
You need a host of water. You just can't make a drink. The only thing I can do is give you tools. You have to choose to realize why I'm giving you the tools and use them. Jesus, that's what Jesus literally was teaching. That's what all these religions were doing. They were literally going, here are the tools to ascension.
You're telling us that Jesus the carpenter was teaching us how to use our tools?
Right.
Teach me to fish.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus the carpenter was going, here are the tools, and this is how you use them, and you just have to pick them up. The way to heaven is through me. All you have to do is pick up where he showed you and what he was telling you, and that was the way to ascension.
Do you mind if
we're doing that? Yeah.
Do you mind if we hear part of another recitation of the deep magic, because it ties into the old English that you had read? It ties into a little bit of just something I have in the appendix regarding the word abracadabra.
Oh yeah.
Before you jump into that, I wanted to ask you something, Joey.
Yeah, sure.
Quick question. So you came on one time and you played a song for us. What Celtic song? Because I know often I was like, he played something that had to do with Odin. I know he did. I was like,
Well,
I didn't even think about it when you did it. You played something for me at one point that was Odin. You don't have to play it right now. I'm just trying to remember back to the time that you've only played a couple songs on here for me with the pan.
I'll play something for you here in a little bit.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just curious, but I thought it was like Odin's Journey or something like that you had played. Or
well, there's one that's called Over Rolling Hills, and it was the name itself comes from a book called The Old Gods, and it's all about it's a like actually a tour guide, so a tour guide's book. So you would have gotten it on a tour of Norway. But it talks all about Viking mythos, and it's really, really cool.
And it was done by bards, and you're singing the song and playing the music of it. It's magic. It's a bard song. Yeah.
It is a bard song. Yeah. But so what I have to say about abracadabra in the appendix is kind of cool and does tie into the definition and the meaning of what you, even in a sort of more simplistic way, it ties into the meaning of what that Old English translation is. Mm-hmm. So abracadabra, and I'll show off the page of the book because I put a lot of time into typing it out and formatting it, so I may as well show it off, right?
Right.
So abracadabra, and you have kind of you have an ascending and descending pyramid, and they had different purposes, and I'll get into that.
Hold on, I'm gonna put you on solo screen and hold you.
Put him up again. There, yeah.
Cool.
I just gotta get up here. It'll take me a second.
The digital side of things.
You can get hopefully a better view.
Yeah, then if you put him up on the screen, he'll be able to show it off. There you go.
Oh, this way.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So there we have it. The pyramids.
Yep.
And it, so abracadabra translated into Aramaic becomes I create like the word, meaning I create as I speak. What I speak becomes. We manifest our world with our words. This concept brings to mind neuroplasticity, the neurons that fire together, wire together. The phrase was initially recorded by Quintus Serenus Simonicus in his work De Medicina Praecepta. This work contains numerous popular remedies and magical formulae, amongst others the famous abracadabra, as a cure against ague, flux, and toothache. The word was to be written on a piece of parchment as an inverted triangle, see figure 2. This was to be folded into the shape of a cross, worn for 9 days on a thread around the neck, before sunrise, cast behind the patient into a stream running eastward. During the Great Plague around 1665, large numbers of these amulets were worn as safeguards against infection. While the origin of the word is unknown, one theory is that it is based on abraxas, a mystic word in Gnostic texts referencing an Egyptian deity claimed to be both god and demon. When written as a triangle, see figure 1, it is said to bring good luck.
And it is literally the charm of making. And every religion, fabled, fake thing on the earth, they all have their version of it.
They do. Yeah, it's a charm.
It's just and the intention is the same, and the acquisition of the intention is the same, only just said in the words of whatever country that it is in, right? Yeah, and they do that. They do that now, literally. If you go to a mass, a Christian mass, especially if you go to a Catholic one, and you see it done in the ancient tongue, of the Latin, it's still the same. This is what's funny. Literally, people do this, and this actually happened in real life. A friend of mine was going and caring for a friend of hers who was dying, and she started, talking about intention and helping her cross over. And one of the people that was there, who was another friend of the person who was dying, got it in their head that she must be a witch, and she's casting a spell. So she calls me and says she actually taped up something to the door threshold, and I don't know what it is. And she's tripping and thinking that I'm some witch or something. I said, take a picture of it, let me see. And she sends it to me. I started laughing. And I said, see, this is what people do. Oh no, that person is a witch. I have to put a protection, and then they go and cast a spell. they're casting spells. I can't believe them. They're evil. Spells are evil. And then she writes this thing out. And I said, what you need to do is tell her that she spelled that wrong, that it doesn't actually say what she thinks it says. This is what she thinks that it says. And she's trying to ward off evil and protect the house. But she actually wrote that wrong because she added a space where there's not supposed to be a space. She's like, you know what this says? I'm like, yeah, I do. And so I told her what it said. And I said, I would laugh at her and say, look, if you're going to cast a spell because you're afraid I'm casting spells, at least do it right. And this is the way it should be. And you should look it up. But people, they say that all the time. If you're a Christian, and they go, oh, you're one of those people that believe in demons and the devil, a witch, and you cast spells. I'm like, do you go to a Christian mass? Do you not realize that what your priest and your pastor is doing when he's standing up there waving his hand like this, and he's saying, eat of my flesh and drink of my blood?
Yeah. Do you take communion?
Do you take communion? He's casting a spell, and you're part of it.
Well, I think even that group, even group prayer is a form of manifestation, and God, the power that's generated.
You have writing. You have writing in your book. Okay, what do they call that? They call that spelling.
Yes, right. Well, yeah, they do. They call that spelling. And
Why do they call it spelling? Because it's casting a spell, writing down words. In the ancient Egyptian, they always said, so let it be written, so let it be done. That's if you watch the 10 Commandments, Ramses II, so let it be written, so let it be done. Writing it down is spell casting.
It 100% is. Yes. Yeah. Once you write it down, or once you say it or speak it, it becomes. Yeah.
You're manifesting it in this place.
Manifestation journals are very real. Yeah. I would advise people start a manifestation journal and be extremely specific about what you want.
That's why I teach, when I life coach and spiritual coach, I teach them to do the boards of projection, however you want to call that. Sometimes they're called spirit boards, sometimes they're called life boards,
vision boards too.
Vision boards, yeah. I teach that because literally, if you do that, you're setting down your intention. Here's where we are today. This is where I want to be by this time, or this time, or this time, or this time, and this time, and this time. So I want to be here in 3 months, there in 6 months, there in 5 years. And these are the things I need to do to make that happen. So you're manifesting it by writing it down, by speaking it out loud, and then doing it. Because there's the things that we have. Everything. This is the place of doing. It's the yellow ray chakra, yellow ray sun called Sol. And we're on the third planet from the third chakra. That is this place. And this place is the third chakra, the place of doing. So when you're here, what do? You have to do so. I have to go do something. I got things to do. What do you do for a living? You don't even realize that you're saying that. That means that you're literally in this manifest place. And so you have to manifest everything here. Matthew 18, chapter 18, verse 18. What you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. That's as below, so above. As within, so without. The actual way you're supposed to say it, not as above, so below. As without, so within. As below, so above. As within, so without. Is the proper way, and they've perverted that so that you're thinking of the here and the now only. And
that is
who's in charge.
Is that not the true understanding of the Lord's Prayer?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Well, I would say 120%, 1,000%. Absolutely, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Bringing the Lord's will and bringing the Lord's kingdom down into this plane of existence.
I had a conversation with a rabbi. And he was playing the devil's advocate, the God's advocate. He was speaking as God. And the question was, what am I supposed to be doing here? What are we here to do? And he answered with, first and foremost, I've given you a house. You're supposed to be making it a home so that I may enter it. And then when the question was asked, what does that mean, me or this place? He answered with, yes.
I am.
I am. Right? So literally, I love that conversation. Every time I think of it, I get goosebumps, because when they asked Eckhart Tolle, what is the function of this 3D reality? He said, this place and its function is that the God of the universe is becoming conscious of itself in this place.
Something that stuck with me and will always stick with me. And mind you, I am like a Buddhist Christian. I'm a self-described Buddhist Christian, although I suppose I am a bit of an omnist, I believe that there's truth in everything. Yeah. But a Buddhist monk that I met named Sumedha from Sri Lanka, who I got to meditate with. He told me that in Christianity, they say, come and believe. And in Buddhism, they say, come and see.
Right.
And that did stick with me because, but what's interesting is that Buddhism has led me full circle back to Christianity. And I see Christ as not only as the Messiah, but as somebody who traveled the Silk Road and studied various religions came back and preached what he learned.
Disappeared as a kid and was gone and didn't come back until his early 30s.
Yep.
Where was he? People don't know he was traveling the world.
13 to 30. That's right.
Yeah. And that's why they have signs of him being up in the mountains in Tibet and like
people over here in the Americas claim that he was here.
Yeah.
Oh, I know there's a few documented cases. I didn't hear about the Americas one.
I know that Tibetan monks have talked about an Issa.
Yep. He was all over, and he was all over at the same time. there was a lot of astral projection going on.
Yeah, he was a busy guy.
He was a busy guy. He went everywhere. But the truth is, and I love that was it a Buddhist monk? I love that he said that they say, come here and see, because people in the Christian faith, it's a little corrupted. Come here and believe. That is sort of saying there's somebody that's in charge and it isn't you, and be understanding, standing under my will. Where the Eastern philosophical way is come here and see. That means you're experiencing,
right,
witnessing.
Well, because in ceremonial magic, you're living within a set routine, whereas within ritualistic magic, you are experiencing. So it's about understanding what the divine experience is rather than worshiping a divine experience that happened over 2,000 years ago. It's about understanding.
You're moving into that place of your experience to be the actuator and the experiencer, because that's supposed to move you into the place of you having the inner standing, because I don't stand under anyone, having the inner standing that you are. And you expand to that and say, well, what am I? And eventually you start to realize, wait, I am a co-creator because I am the creator. All of this is the creator.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, when you say that I want to move the mountain, and Ram Dass has a parable to this, or he has a sort of a parallel, but in the Bible, they talk about moving mountains, right? Yeah. But to be he who moved the mountain, you have to get to a place in your karmic relationship with God where you no longer desire to move the mountain. And then once you have gotten there, you realize that you are the person who put the mountain there. So there the mountain stays.
Right, and I think the matrix, be the spoon.
Yeah, exactly. It's beautiful.
You have to be the mountain. You have to be the creator, and the mountain doesn't move because the mountain is there.
Yes.
Because that's where I put it.
That's where I put it. That's right.
What Jesus said that in right after what he was saying there in Matthew. He said, if you had 1 ounce of faith, you could literally, he used that word.
You could move mountains.
You could literally move mountains.
Yes. Faith is small as a mustard seed, in fact.
Yes. Well, and that's, if you go to the law of one, they literally say the dynamic of how you can ascend, first of all, that finger going up and down the two hands, is that God is already there reaching halfway down. Your job is to reach up.
Yep.
Okay. And so the whole purpose of that is to teach you how to ascend. And in the law of one, they talk about you and in the realization, like you were saying, with the one little teeny piece is literally the dynamic that it takes to graduate. For someone who is going to graduate as being in service to self or evil, you have to be 95% evil. For those people who are going to graduate or be able to graduate being in service to self, you have to be 51%. There's that little grain of the mustard seed. You only have to be this much over halfway.
And that is to say that you can change your stars. You can karmically change your position in life through repeated action and through selfless service. And that will set you up.
Spells, intentions, what you think. Bruce Lee said, I never think or say anything negative about myself, because all thoughts are actions. All of that counts. All words count, even thoughts. And that's why do you think they called it spelling? So you don't write it down. You don't say anything bad about yourself. And you get the negative stuff out. And like you were saying, change everything about you. and you only have to change 1% over that halfway of,
Yep.
I'm not quite sure where I fit in the whole thing, 1%, and you could, that is the 51%.
You're
50%,
karmically
51% is reaching up and grabbing that hand.
Yep, you are karmically setting yourself up to be in a better position simply by doing the work.
Yeah.
Well,
And then,
I
talked about that as the shadow work. You have to look within yourself. And that rabbi said the same thing. We get stuck trying to fix ourselves. We're supposed to do that on the fly. We're supposed to make this place the home. And in doing so, we're supposed to be uplifting our own vibration and fixing ourselves, because the only way we can fix the world, Mahatma Gandhi said, hashtag, be the change you wish to see in the world. So
Yes.
everybody in history are telling you the same thing. All enlightened ones, illuminated ones, magi, whatever you want to call them, rabbi, Merlin, father, priest, whatever, Jedi, it's all the same title. Enlightened one, illuminated ones are telling you all you have to do is uplift yourself, and that uplifts the all.
Yes.
And so it's all done what's as within, so without. You can't ascend without descending into your own darkness and fixing yourself first, and then you can assist other people.
There
you
was
help
a
yourself and the world at the same time. Forget about only focusing on yourself. Focus on yourself and the world at the same time. I'm doing this not just for me, but for them as well. And that's what you were saying, referring to giving over to the universe and realizing I'm not doing this because it's cool and I think they want me to. I'm doing this for me because I want to. And then if I love me, I can love them.
I'm turning on the Bodhisattva button. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I was gonna say is, a lot of people don't even realize that, because a lot of people don't know the different classifications of magic. I studied Wicca a lot when I was younger, and I'd have Christian people be like, "Oh, what is that? That's magic," and I would explain to them the rule of three and intention, and I'm like, so anything I do could come back at me threefold. If I even bad-willed, good-willed, anything, you have to be ready for the threefold rule. And I was like, just explaining that to them, they're like, oh, okay, it's karma. Like, oh, okay, it's not.
That's the law of karma.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not saying that there's not evil magic out there. There's both. I'm like, it depends on what you're dabbling with. I was like, but most of it gets statement with magic.
Depends on what you're dabbling with.
They can only have power, control, corruption. They cannot create. That's why they always steal everything from other people. They force other people to do the work for them because they can't activate the wherewithal or ability to use magic with a K, or that higher magic, or that higher spiritual creation, because it comes from the heart. You have to be creating with the intention of being in service to everyone, to be able to create anything that's going to be a benefit to everyone. Otherwise, you're being negative, which is still a benefit, and that's what scares people when you say that even evil people are proving to be, teaching.
I think that what's happening is we're seeing social movements being born in order to feed energy into thought forms, and it seems from what you have said that you are also a person like this, but I feel that the more I worry about world affairs and the more I worry about X and Y are doing, I only have so much battery every day. I only have so much charge in my battery, so much magic, so much to do. And so I feel that I'm giving my energy, I'm giving my power away when I worry about this thing or that affair, or
you try to tell everybody to stay away from social media and not follow that stuff, because that's the religion of evil. The religion of evil is what the Anunnaki brought here, and that's the knowledge to create societies exactly the way this one is, where there's a caste system and the 1% has 99% of all property and wealth. So they have to have you focusing on that, because that keeps you in a low vibration. So they want you watching that. And people say, well, then how do I know what's going on? Because every day when I wake up, my father used to say this. He would wake up and he would go, it's a beautiful day. Every day is a beautiful day because God decided to give me another day to live. So here I am alive, and here's the world. If you turn on television, they're going to tell you that the world is going to hell in a handbasket. It's being destroyed. Everybody's hating. Everybody's killing everybody. But if you go outside and look around, that's not happening. It's only happening in that box, in the places where they go to, and they set that shit up. They go there, and you see these people walking around now with these signs Where did they all get the money to make these signs that were made from a corporation? Why is it that every single one of them has a brand new towel wrapped around their head? It's not old. It's not like this guy had one for 30 years or 20 years. He got that out of a box. It's still crisp and perfect. It's like when somebody's wearing a suit for the very first time and a shirt for the very first time. And all those people have all of these, and where they get all these megaphones. I can't even find one when I want one, but these guys have 100 of them. It's because somebody's funding all of that. How are they all getting there at the same time and knowing where to go? Well, that's because they have apps online. That's right. People are telling them where to go and paying them money. And they're all going there and they're all being handed, here's all your tools. And now go out and be the protest and do what we tell you to do. Then the cameras show up and film that because they were told where to go and how to do it. I've seen film footage of people that are watching these news agencies as they're setting up, and they got a table with food. They look like a crew filming a movie. And then they got all the people, the protesters, and there's a producer telling them what to say, where to march, how to do it, action. They go on and they start filming, and then they go, we're here live at the thing, and look at all the protesters, and there's only 30 or 40 of them, but it looks like there's a big crowd of them, and they only focus on that. And they're like, all these people spontaneously came here, and this guy filmed the entire thing and went, dude, they don't even know I'm filming. And they caught them, and then they wouldn't let anybody on the set anymore. So I agree with you. We teach people that the only time that the world is going to shit in America is when a politician gets on the television and tells you that everything is bad. When they're gone on vacation, which is about to happen, nothing goes on in the news. Why? Because everybody gets along, because the people are all just getting along with one another. There's violence because evil people do evil shit. So there's going to be people getting mad at each other and doing that, but not en masse like they tell you. So we tell people don't do that. So you're on the right path by saving your energy. And then people go, but don't you watch that? And I'm like, some of us need to watch that so we know what they're up to. But you don't have to. That's like when people go to war. Some people go to war so that other people don't have to. I pay attention to what's going on around the world because I was in spycraft. I used to work for the Irish government, okay? For years, I was a spy in that government. I worked for the IRA, okay? And I ran information websites all over the world under aliases. I'm not afraid to say it now because now that Ireland is a free and sovereign nation, I can say I worked for them. It's no different than if I told you I worked for the CIA, okay? But back then, they were a terrorist organization. Now they're just the military of Ireland, the Secret Service of Ireland, okay? So I worked for those people, and I was in spycraft. So I had to stay not known by anybody. And this name that I'm using now is not the name that I used then or any of the names that I used then. It's not even my birth name, the one that I'm using now. Okay, literally, that was done because it was necessary to be done to do and make the inroads that we made to do the things that we're doing now and literally set up things that we're setting up now. So some of us do these things so that all of you don't have to. And we tell you not to because you can get caught up. And this is why I say when I start talking, and oh, here he goes talking politics, then everybody gets triggered. The Democrats think I'm a Republican. The Republican thinks I'm a Democrat. And then the independent thinks I'm a communist. And then the communist thinks that I'm an anarchist. And literally you get triggered. Why? Because you're associating with the religion of evil.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well,
people love to be triggered.
The other thing I wanted to say, add to that, like the emptiness feeling. Me and Leo were talking about this, and it's that balance of service to self and service to others. You need to know when your glass is empty too. If you are still trying to help people when you still need to be helping yourself, like you can wear yourself too thin. But then at the same time, that's the base level. But that's the base level before you surround yourself with social vampires because they're out there too.
Yeah.
The base
people went, that's a thing. And I'm like, yeah, the energy vampires is real.
Oh yeah.
The verse in the Bible that I try to remind myself of is basically, I'm going to paraphrase, but he says, Jesus says, "Who amongst you by worrying can add a single hour or a single minute to your life?" Which is actually the New International Version. But he proceeds to say that, you know, the sparrow doesn't toil away in fields, doesn't store grain in barns, right? And the Lord your God sees fit to feed him. Are you not greater than a sparrow?
Yeah, that was Jesus said that on the Sermon on the Mount.
Yes. So I love Sermon on the Mount. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So No, I think that there's a lot to be learned from that entire chapter, from that whole sermon. But
especially Matthew's, because Matthew literally back in the day helped him write that. So all of them have it, but Matthew's was he literally helped Jesus. In fact, they just showed that in Angel Studios version of the Chosen. They literally just aired that last week, the Sermon on the Mount, and the week before that was him writing everything and Matthew helping him write it. But yeah, I love that the sermon was beautifully done, and they showed where he got the inspiration. I love that they showed that every part of his sermon was the individuals of the apostles that were following him, his students, and they were a representation of all the archetypes in us, and that's why there's 12 apostles. That's why that whole dynamic, 12 houses of Israel, that whole dynamic, people only think of our chakras as 7 or 8 chakras these days, but there's actually 24, and Jesus was going with the first grouping, which is 12. And that's what gets you to the mid-God or the mid-heaven, which is the 6th dimension. And then the other 12 gets you to 24, which gets you back to source. And so he was actually taking people back then in a way that now literally people have just started to realize that there's another chakra outside of the head. In the past, 10 years, before that, there was nothing. And so it was just the base red ray root chakra to the pineal gland chakra, and that was it. And now people are like, wait, there's another one. And I'm like, some people like myself and others are going, no, there's actually 24. And we're only showing the ones above. If there's 24 total from your red ray chakra up, that means there's 24 down as well.
Sure. The toroidal biofield energy, like I was talking about.
I actually posted that as one of my reels that shows the human toroidal field is not just the main toroidal field around a human with the heart is the 0 point, but that you have the lower 3 chakras, the one toroidal field that is the heart chakra, and then the upper 3 in another toroidal field that make up that big torus. That is your aura. That is the toroidal field of the human. That have the Vitruvian man is standing in that circle is the aura that is around humans. And that we literally have that. We have the separation that we're supposed to put into the all. The first part that we live in is the bottom base red ray, red, orange, and yellow. And then you move into the heart chakra, and then that activates the other chakras. They're always there. But once you start to balance that, you move, and everything is from the heart, because that is where your spirit actually resides, not in your head. It's actually in your heart, unless you're in service to others, then you're in the head. If you're in service to self, you're in the head. That's eating of the tree of life. If you're in service to others, you're in the heart. And then you activate the top 3 chakras, and then you illuminate all of your chakras, and that's the 7, and then you become the 8, and then you move out from there. But you have to activate, get out of the bottom 3, activate the heart, move into the top 3, and then move into all. And that's the balance of the Kundalini. The bottom chakras are all the masculine energy, the Kundalini. The upper 3 chakras is the Kunda buffer, which is the feminine chakras, and the heart is the controlling, the 0 point. The 3, 6, and 9, the 9 energy, the hex boson, the God energy is the heart energy. That is creation. The logos, the word of God, was logos, and logos means love. That's the word of God. That is the creation. That is the pneuma, the spark of life. These are all ancient Greek words that are applied to all of this. So you have to learn to balance all of that and become the one. That is 3, 6, and 9 again. That is energy, frequency, and vibration, and the realization of that. I know that probably went too high for some people.
No.
But
no, because you're just tying in the Fibonacci sequence with everything. Like it all ties together. Like all of these things, the symmetry you're talking about, as above, so below. That's why you're symmetrical. That's why things are even. That's why you assumed that there were chakras up here. There's chakras down here. Like that's why. It's the yin and the yang of life.
Balance and illumination of the all. So you can only do that from the heart, and that's when you get to the wisdom, to the I see and I know. I speak, I see, I know. That's the throat chakra is the I speak. It's in the larynx. That's the throat chakra. So you go from the green to the blue, the indigo, and then it goes to the violet, and then it goes above, right? So you get to the lighter purple, and then you get into the white, which is supposed to be your ascension into pure energy. And pure energy doesn't have a color at that point because it is all. It's the prismic, the prism of all of the colors, which is we see it as the rainbow. When you shine light and it reflects through the water, you see all of them stacked on top of one another in the exact order. We see it as the reverse order because we're down here, so we see the red and the top spectrum of everything, and then it moves down because we see it upside down because we're down here looking up. When you get up there, the rainbow flips over, but you don't know that because you're not up there. But when you get up there, the rainbow flips over and you see it from the top down. That's why we perceive a rainbow the way we do now. It's the opposite of what our body is. If you look at the rainbow, the red's at the top and it goes the other way, but your chakra, your base red race chakra is at the bottom. Why? Because we're down here looking up.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Red shift.
Yeah, so it shifts. The red shift. You understand that, right? So the shift, when you move out of these chakras and move into and above in the fourth dimension or density, the non-physical but spiritual place, you look down from the top and the rainbow is flipped over, but you can only perceive it from that place. When you see a double rainbow, it almost looks like it wants to do that, but it's just a double rainbow. But you don't perceive it from here because you can't. Our perspective is this place when you're in this body. When you leave the body, you start to see energy. I remember the first time I was astral projecting and I saw the evergreen tree. I could see this glow coming off the tree, and I could go up to the bristles, which are green, and have that pollen all over them. But there was purple energy there. And I didn't understand it. And I reached out, and I didn't have any hands because I was out of my body, but I reached out, and when I touched the energy, I could literally commune with the tree and feel this blending of energy. And I remember coming back and going, what just happened? What was that? And then my teacher was saying, well, you literally touched your aura to the trees. You were communicating on a spiritual level. And I said, yeah, it was almost like I pulled some of its energy off, but I left some of mine there. And they were like, yeah, you transferred energy between each other. Knowledge and everything was transferred when you did that. And that was one of the first experiences that I had of astral projecting. And guys, I'm telling you, it gets crazier from there, but you can see life. There was a book called The White Gold Wielder, which is a really hard book to read. It was an English series of books that is like Tolkien, very hard to read. But he kept going into a different place. That whole entire book is a great book about being caught here and astral projecting. And he didn't think it was real when he went to the other place, but he could see life, and he could actually tell when something was alive and vibrant or when it wasn't. And it wasn't until he started realizing that he started realizing the place that he was going to was actually more real than the one that he came from. And that's the same as the movie Tron, which came out in 1982 with Jeff Bridges. And the word Tron is an ancient Greek word that means matrix, by the way. And when he got pulled into the computer by the master control program into the matrix, Flynn, and he became conscious in that place, the first thing he said was, oh man, this isn't happening. It only thinks it's happening. And that was his becoming conscious outside of his body in another place and believing that it was not real because he was there, but it wasn't the place he came from, but he understood that or understood that it wasn't a dream. And so he then, and that's what you're supposed to learn when you're astral projecting. That's why I loved when they made that movie, because at the time when I saw it, I knew it meant something, but didn't really understand it. And now when I look back, I'm like, it was called Matrix. And it was about going into the Matrix. But his realization of, I am what they call the user, I am the creator. So they called it a user because users created the computer world. Therefore, they were like gods to the computer programs. And so when he realized, I'm a user in this world, that means I am not attached to the bounds of this entire fabric of this reality and the physics here, because I created this. I wrote the programs, so I should be able to do whatever I want. And he used that to his advantage to defeat the great evil and illuminate the world of Tron. Which is literally telling the same story of Odin or Thor and Jesus and all the other stories. And most people never noticed that. And they just went, wow, this is a really cool movie, man. This guy went into the computer, dude. And there was this character called Tron, who was this overseer who was fighting for the users. And I'm just like, go back and think of it from a place of being awake, and you realize it was the same story of Neo fighting against Smith and the robots that were in charge in that computer program. And they just did it in a really big way in the last 20 years. But 40 years ago, there was a movie where they were doing the same thing called Tron.
I got a quick question for you. Actually, it's for both of you. And it had to do with the astral projection, because I was telling you the other day, like when I was younger, I got a hold of being able to check if I was asleep. I would either slap myself or I would pinch myself. And I got aware of it because my mom had seen me do it at one point. She was like, yeah, you like hit yourself when you're sleeping. I need to test if I'm dreaming or not. And I learned how to do it at a really young age. And we were talking about how when you're astral projecting or something like that, you're not attached to time. So I'm wondering, am I bringing time with me into a dream, or am I bringing control with me into the dream to test? Like, what am I doing? How am I having the crossover without getting the snap back, though? You know what I mean?
Well, that's how you learn to control the burn. That's what he was talking about earlier. You learn to control that so you don't come slamming back into your body by changing something in there. And when people are here doing that, they speed up the beat so that it gets your attention and grounds you. When you're in there, you have to learn the control of your own, how to come back without slamming into your body. And that's part of the dream walking that Native American shamans teach. And I got that from the Druids as well. From the ancient European, is that you literally have to become conscious of yourself there. When you become aware there in that place, but learn how to stay there, because when you first do it, you immediately wake up from the dream because you go, this is a dream. And then you wake up and go, wow, that was weird. And you start writing it all down. We were talking about that, to anchor or to tie yourself to that place, so that when you do it later, you continue, and then you start to learn how not to wake up and stay there. And then you start to learn how to move around. Well, the next thing you learn is how to come back without staying too long or having to slam into your body. But your intention is everything. You don't take time into there because you're leaving time. You're actually, the only place where time is when you're in this avatar. When you're there, you're outside of time. And so you have to get used to that. That's the weirding way. That's the quantum weirdness.
You're just you're bringing an awareness of time with you. Yeah. But Jake, what you're also kind of describing, it's almost like the opposite of knocking on the door. It's like the opposite of it with the DMT trips, with smoking. Yeah. Just like I
told you about that. Like I brought that up to you. I didn't know if you did that or not. Like me, because I've told Leo about this, that most of my like heavy spiritual experiences were on hallucinogens, and I have tried DMT, and I told Joey, I think, about this, and I didn't know if he did the same thing at the same time, because I used to call it knocking on the door, and I would only have a small hit of it first, because I had heard such wild stories of people being propelled into this place and placed in front of a singular being. So they had passed all of the multiple beings, and they had gotten to the singular, and then for some reason they felt like they shouldn't be there. And I was like, oh, I don't want to feel like that. And so I came up with this method in my head, and I was like, I call it knocking on the door. And it triggered me the second you said that. I like knock on the door the first time before I dive in. I go, oh, okay, I'm welcome here. And I'm not kicking anybody off.
It's smart to dip your toe into the water before you jump. Some people just jump in, and you have to learn your limits to be able to successfully navigate. And that means you have to have people around you. If you're doing it by yourself, that's okay. But if you have people around you, you have to make sure that everybody's in service to others, because if not, they're going to try and make you have a bad trip and laugh at you. Yeah. So you have to do it in a controlled setting in some way, either with people there to watch you or by yourself. But yeah, people that you used to have to on this planet use the Blue Lotus, use the mushrooms, so literally ayahuasca, DMT, psilocybin, all of that, THC, to achieve that. Why do you think the band, The Doors, called their band The Doors? You open up these doors, you first knock on them, you open the doors, and then you go in, and then you look around. So it's smarter to take your time Then some people just rush in, though. That's what Yoda was trying to teach Luke, because Luke was always looking to the future and never on where he was and what he was doing. You're supposed to learn to be in the now. And if you can learn to be in the now, opening those doors, you're not concerned with time and bringing it in. And Joey was talking about that when he said you bring the concept of time in with you. If you learn that there's no time there, and I should know that, so I have to focus on being in the now, then you still are aware of time, right? But then you're not concerned with it. And that's the same as not wanting to go too far, because too far is a distance in your mind. That concept is moving to a certain place and looking into the future. So when you're focusing on the now and let it happen and not bringing the concept of time with you, knowing it's there, that's where I'm going to go back to, but realizing this place I'm in is current and is now, and everything, time is now, past, present, and future is now. Then when you knock on the door, and the second that you move from knocking on the door, you've gone the whole distance.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not perceiving that. So your fear is that you're going to perceive that and maybe not think that you're supposed to be there. It's when you, let's go back to what Joey said way in the beginning when he got here, when you surrender to the universe and to the idea of what's going on. And once you do that and you say, I trust that I will be guided to where I'm supposed to go, then you will, because you're never really going in anywhere, because you're not moving. It's space that's moving.
You're going further within, if anything.
Yeah. Because you're going further within. You're not moving. You just think you are. This place isn't happening. It just thinks it is. So when you're astral projecting, you're not actually moving. You just think you are, because motion again is time. You're not in time anymore. So you're instantly there. There's nothing, you're not moving from one place to another. You're actually just manifesting from here to there.
Leo, have you read, and I'm curious about your take on this, because just from my shamanic training and as a shamanic practitioner, it blows my mind, but have you read Black Elk Speaks? Because the depth...
No, I know about it, but I haven't.
I highly recommend the read to everybody, all the viewers, you guys in the chat. It's just the depth to which his visions took him is absolutely astounding. And it's just,
it sounds familiar, but I'd have to look it up. I'll be honest.
It's highly referenced, but I just really recommend reading the whole book. You know what has happened for me, I was born unveiled, and then I had to realize what that meant. Okay. I'm one of those people that was born unveiled, and I didn't say that to anybody for a very, very long time. And literally about, 4 or 5 months ago, a psychic was doing a reading on me, and she was like, "You were unveiled your entire life. How do I do a psychic reading on somebody who's unveiled?" And she's like, "Wow, what's that like?" And I was like, it's actually really kind of hard to be unveiled, because you know things that you can't say. And in some things you know that you don't know. That's literally Socrates. So for me, I love when I find these different things. So I'm going to look that book up, because when I say things, sometimes, like what just happened with you, someone says, "You ever read this book?" And I'm like, "No." And because I said something that triggered something in you that said, "Wow, this is a lot like that book." I love that, because when I find that, I read it. And then I go, "Oh my God," and it validates what I know, but I never learned from reading a book. And that's the Akashic record.
Someone else knew it and wrote it down, and I read it, I go, "Oh my God, I was right."
Yes, it's the affirmation through the Akashic record. And Denise, the name of the book is Black Elk Speaks.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that in my phone. I'm gonna look that book up and probably buy it. My camera is currently sitting on 5 books right now to be high enough.
My camera is currently sitting on a box of gemstones and minerals. I sell
that is a box, and then I have books on top, because the camera I was using decided not to work, and the one from my laptop decided not to work about 2 months ago, and the one that I was using for my show decided not to work today, so I had to use my Progo, or whatever it's called, Progo. I'm using that, so I had to elevate it, because otherwise it was hanging off of my computer. And I was worried it was going to tip over, so I stacked up some books. The Holographic Universe is one of them. Let's see, what's the other one here? Literally, I have the book that was written by, what's his name, the guy that was in the 30s that flew over Antarctica. I have his journal.
Bird. Bird.
Yeah,
Admiral
Yeah,
Bird.
I have Bird's journal. Let me tell you what else I have here. I literally have what else is here? Bird's diary, Michael Telbert's The Holographic Universe. I have Godman by Carrie and Perry. I have The Unstoppable. What is this? Oh, that one's actually finance. And then what is this one? This is Emerson. I have the Spiritual Emerson. Those are the books that are sitting right here.
appropriate.
That's the current, all my current reads, literally, that I have sitting right here.
Do you gentlemen?
Are you going to give us a ditty?
Yeah,
Are
you
we
mind
gonna
if I play a song?
Oh no, I don't mind, man.
Wait, hold on.
I love hearing you play.
That book again, Black Elk. What?
Black
Oh, they
Elks.
pulled up the link inside of the chat too. So if you actually pull up the chat at all, they gave a link to the Amazon book. It's Black Elk
Oh, I
Speak.
see. That's right. Black Elk Speaks
There we
by
go.
John. Yeah, okay. Black
All right.
Elk.
Nihard? Is it Nihard?
I read Animal Speaks. I love that book. That one's a good one for your to figure out what your spirit animals are.
That's an important journey to take. Yeah.
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 That's why I use Crow Eagle, because I have both on my tattooed on me, eagle and two crows, because of Odin. I have Odin, a bust of Odin, and he's got the one crow looking forward and the other crow looking backwards. That's where he gave up his eye. Where did his eye go? That's the poem from the Vikings. What did Odin do with his eye? That's his third eye. He gave up his seeing eye here to have the power of and the sight of past, present, and future. That's because it went internal to his third eye, and those are the physical representation of his knowledge and his learning to expand his consciousness to outside of time to see all of everything happen all at once. Just saying.
Absolutely. Yep. Just saying.
Just saying.
Throwing that out there for y'all.
Yeah, just throwing that out there for y'all.
Well, so I guess I'm going to play the first song. It's going to be Over Rolling Hills, the one that's inspired by the Vikings. So,
oh, please, yes.
This is it definitely
Did
inspired.
they play this in the TV series? I think they did, didn't they?
Oh, no. They definitely didn't play this one. This is an original.
Okay. So this is inspired by. Okay.
Yes, yeah. This is
even better.
a jam turned into a song.
You created it, and so it makes it really a bard song because you did it and you're doing it. So yes, please play it. I'll be quiet and shut up. Now you got me excited.
It's all about the excitement, building up the hype. So that was inspired by that one book I mentioned, The Old Gods. So yeah, definitely a little bit of a Viking tune.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was good. I started meditating. As soon as I was like, oh, I love this pattern. I love this sound. I'm going to let it flow. And I closed my eyes. That's why I kept it muted so you wouldn't hear the television in the background, and neither would they out there in the world. And literally just let it roll and went wherever it took me. I literally saw, again, I have that anchor point. Usually it's a cave, but I literally saw the tree, and I equate that with the tree of life. So I literally saw the tree of life, and then I moved past that and started moving throughout these rolling hills. And I know that was inspired by that kind of theme. So it just sort of took me there.
That's beautiful.
And it was a good visual to add to what you were doing. The visual pulled me into seeing. what it was, and I don't know if that was a suggestion beforehand, because I knew where it was going, or if it pulled me there. But either way, that was really cool. I enjoyed that. Either way, I enjoyed that. It was really cool. So
it could have been a little bit of subconscious play there, but either way, I'm glad that it led you.
Well, yeah, exactly. So yeah, there was already a buildup, so I already had that. No, the reason I asked about whether or not that was a song, 'cause I didn't know if it was a song, because a buddy of mine is an actor, and he was actually in the History Channel's The Vikings. He was in almost every scene, all of the entire series.
There's only 2 songs I play that I didn't write. I'll play one of them next, and it's a song that was originally composed on classical guitar, but I rearranged it for handpan. So I didn't write the original song, but I did do the rearrangement. But it's called Spatter the Dew. A little bit of like an Irish sounding ditty. So very, very
cool. It almost sounds, when you said Spatter the Dew, it sounds like a jig of some kind.
It has that kind of vibe. So. Irish ditty.
That had the same feel as the Irish jig. I remember, if you watch The Quiet Man, old Michelin used to play that, and he used to do the jig, and then they played it when he's up to something, and he would go dum 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 dum. That's actually the theme of The Quiet Man, the movie. And old Michelin did that. He would be riding his little carriage with the horses, and he'd have his pipe sticking out of his mouth. He'd be going dum 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 dum. I love that. Yeah, so when you did that, I was like, wow, that's a jig for sure. That's a good one, because it was very
100% a jig. It's a bit of a ditty. It's fun.
Yeah, I love those ditties. They stick in your head. That's why, you know what I mean? That's how I still know that to this day. There was another one that he did that was a little slower, but I love that one because he would start doing it, and then they had musicians play it, and so it would be literally a voiceover with the music. And so he would start doing it, and then it would be, you'd hear the musicians. Dun, 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 dun. Great movie. That was a great movie.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, I as you are singing that, I'm like, I actually recognize that tune. So that's kind of funny.
Right. It's one of those, it's an Irish tune, and everybody knows that jig. I mean, usually people recognize that. It's just like the March of the O'Neills or the Scottish rite that they use, that's Hail to the Queen. But that one that they always play. If you ever got to any of the Scottish games or the Highland games, I used to go every year. So they play that all the time. Whenever a Scottish band or a British military band has got a tattoo going, that's the song that they would always play to march to, which now is, God Save the King. But it's not the song that you think, that like we sing America the Great. When you listen to America the Great or America the Beautiful, it's actually God Save the Queen with different words. So people are like, we need to have that as our national anthem. I'm like, yeah, the British would love that one.
They would love it. They would love that. Yeah.
They would love it to change it to that, because it's God Save the King now, only with different words, right?
Right.
My country, 'tis of thee, great land. That is God Save the Queen with different words, man. That was written by somebody who was trying to get people in America to buy into the kingship or queenship of the UK.
That's wait, we can go back.
Yeah, we can go back, right? Exactly. So there's people like, we should make that our national anthem. I'm like, play God Save the Queen, or Now God Save the King, and play that song. Listen to the difference in the words. They just change the words. The cadence is exactly the same.
Yeah, maybe we don't do that.
Maybe we don't do that. We'll pick that one that's real hard, that never had words originally, or had words but didn't have music. And then it's really hard to sing. And now we still do it, the national anthem. Jose, can you see? I love that when people said, Jose, can you see? It was my Spanish teacher when I was a kid used to tell that joke where when this guy was going to a baseball game and he had to climb up to see the game and he couldn't see it from anywhere. And he ended up climbing halfway up the flagpole and everybody in the stands turned and looked at him. And back then you used to put your hand up like this, out this way, facing and right hand. And then when the Nazis turned it this way, America changed it to putting their hand over their heart because it was too close to that. But everybody used to put their hand up to the flag and say, Jose, can you see? And he was like, everybody made sure I could see. And because his name was Jose. Jose, can you see? And so that's the joke that my Spanish teacher told us, which was funny. But I always remember that every time we start singing that or I hear it, they're going, oh, say, can you see? I'm going, Jose, can you see?
That's too funny.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Mud Rabbit, you actually just missed it. Right before Joey came on, the dog was in the camera. I don't know if he walked by again, but Mud Rabbit was like, where's Joey's dog? He's usually always hanging out right next to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Here he is.
Laying there behind him.
My shadow.
Right, I'm going to have to go. It's 6:30. I have to get dinner for my mother.
Yeah, we've already been going for almost 3 hours, a little over 3 hours. So I appreciate it. We'll have to get together again and do this soon.
100%.
Yeah, seriously, I agree. And then we'll set up a time. I'll have you guys over on Orion Rising, and we can do this there. Or we'll get you, Jacob, like we were talking about when Jacqueline, her show on the 24th, we do an open roundtable where we can talk about spirituality and this kind of stuff. You guys are welcome. I know that I can extend that to you from Jacqueline. It's on her show, and it'll be Saturday the 24th at noon my time. So that's West Coast America time, noon. So that's 3 p.m. East Coast time on Saturday the 24th. We do that every Saturday on her show. I do a show on Friday. I teach the law of one and teach spirituality. But we can schedule something for another day and have you guys on there so we cross-pollinate and keep doing that and showing people. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to expand out and start working with people around the world more and more to give people the platform. We tried to do it earlier on a few years ago. You know that, Jacob, when we met. But the problem was there's too many egos. So I've downsized to only work with a core group of people that I know are awake, not woke. And we're eliminating anybody who is in service to self, and those people, some of them just didn't fit with us, and they're not in service to self, but they don't fit as much, and they want to do their own thing. So we're okay with that. We're not trying to force anybody to stay and work with us. We know that we're going to have people come in and do and talk and never come back. Some people will be reoccurring, and some people won't. That's just the way the ebb and flow works in the universe. We're aware of that. We're okay with it, but we're still trying to network to give other people a voice and to promote all of us, because it's, as we were talking about, Joey even said that, as you work on yourself and illuminate yourself, you can illuminate everybody else. And when you illuminate everybody else, that also illuminates you. That's why we call it learn, teach, learn.
Something
Something
I heard that really, really hit a chord was faith is like a tree. When it's young, you need to build a little fence around it to protect it. But when it grows tall, it can shelter many others.
And protect you from the storms. Yeah, exactly. And that's the tree of life. There's Yggdrasil.
When we started talking the other day ago, I knew it almost
the Jedi called the Force.
It almost worked out perfectly. I think we needed that little break between us. I don't know what it was. I was like, when I hit you up the other day, and then as soon as you started talking to me and we had that conversation, the first person that came to my mind was Joey. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, you guys need to know each other. I was like, you guys have to be friends.
Well, I said to you when you contacted me that it's serendipitous. The universe has been pushing me and everybody else. It's time. And we were like, I was holding back that they wanted me to write this book. And I'm talking from up there now. They wanted me to write this book like 5 years ago. And I kept saying, why? No. I don't want to do that because there's portions at the end of the book where I'm giving away some information that we've already decided that we're going to back away from because it scares people that are not ready for it. So but it's in my book, and I laugh in the book, and I do that on my show, that the people who stay for like now, the third hour, are going to get the real information, the high vibe information. Most people won't make it this far. They're going to start watching, and their short attention span is going to have them out in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Some will wait for an hour, and they won't be able to go to 3 hours. So I do that purposefully. I start my shows, and I give the information for the children, and then I wait when the children are always all gone, and I give the information to the adults. My book is the same way. Most people on this earth are not going to get through my entire book, because only those who are ready to will. And the ones that do are going to get some information that will scare the other children. And, you know, and I can say it here because the world is ready for it.
Or to go over their head. It's a mixture of both, or to go over their head if they're not ready for it too.
Some of the best stuff.
That's what I mean. If they're not ready for it, they're not going to get it, and they'll be afraid of the knowledge. Here's the knowledge. Here, you want me to scare you? Here's the knowledge.
Yep.
Okay. And the psychic said this and freaked herself out and was like, is this real? And then she got the answer from the other side, which kind of scared her as well. Literally, to know who I am and what I'm about, I am awake. I am not veiled. The soul that is in this body, occupying this body, did not come from this earth. The soul that is occupying this body came from another place. I came from the constellation of Orion, but that is not where I am from, where I was created. I was created by the Creator because I am the Creator, and so are you. But I have an individuality, and that individuality came to this sector of the universe, chasing the Orion Crusaders, who are a group of people who are evil, and they have an entire army in the physical, in the third dimension, and in the fourth dimension, and some in the fifth. And they came here and they took control of 23 solar systems in this sector of the universe, and we came here to kick them out, and we're fighting against them. And some of us have to come down here into the third dimension and occupy these bodies by becoming a wanderer and being born and veiled like everybody else, so that we can affect changes to the world that we're on, to get them out of here and the information that they left behind and the corruption that they left behind. And we get credit in the fourth and the fifth dimension for the sacrifice of coming here. And this scares people when I tell them that. And I'm here with a group of people that are part of a coalition that are attached to the coalition of Venus. You guys know that as the Council of Nine, or the Galactic Council. We're part of that council, that we came as a council that came here. And there are currently 10 of us that are a group that are working in the physical, that are working with people that are in the non-physical, it's an entire army that's here, but also working with other coalitions all over this earth to do the same thing. And the psychic who found that information said, that's really weird. You guys are aliens. You're not from here. And then her guide said, 68% of the population of the earth currently is not from the earth.
Well, look at
the body is, but 68% of all souls on this planet did not originate on this planet. She was like, what? She did not know that about me. So it kind of freaked her out, and the crowd, and I'll probably freak out some of your people. So we're kind of backing away from that. So the people who stayed here this long, you're getting it. And if it scares you, I apologize for scaring you.
I don't think it's going to scare people away, because I really do think it's a level of understanding that most of the people that are still here, you're right. It's a level of understanding that they're kind of expecting too.
Well, you're talking deeply about starseed relations, and how basically we've each manifested here within this body to fill out our role or to live out our purpose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have
That's exactly what we're here to do.
We were talking about indigo children. We were talking about star seeds. Yeah.
You become self-aware, and then you live somewhere as a third dimensional being. And in this place, it happens to be humans and a few others that scare people: dolphins, whales, some 8 versions of the Draco, 5 versions of the Gray that have souls, because there's another 4 versions that are here. Other races, there's entire species that live inside our planet. Another entire white race that you guys know as the Andromedans, or the Nordics. They live inside Antarctica in a place in there where they live. They've been here for millions of years. The Draco have been here for about 5 million years. Humans have been on this planet for at least 2 million. When I focus on it, they tell me longer, but I'm thinking in an organized way. I don't know why I think that. But literally, we came here to chase them away, and they left already. But all of their knowledge and corruption is still here. So out of the 23 solar systems in this area, all but 2 are completely carefree now and have moved into the utopian societies, but there's still two. Earth being one, Terra is still one. The reason for it is this is the first place they came to, so their stronghold was here, and that's why we, the Patal, came here. And the Patal manifested here as that Nordic Viking DNA, and we didn't talk about that because the people didn't understand it. And then when the scientists on this Earth in 2012 were trying to figure out the DNA that is the typo negative or the Rh negative factor, they started looking in the past to see these Viking people or these people that come from the west coast of Spain that have this blood. When did that DNA start here? And they got surprised when they said it's only been here for 10,000 years. Where did it come from? You can look that up in science. That's not fringe people. That's not ancient aliens guys. That's not UFO hunters. That's the actual science of this planet. And that is the embodiment of the Patal when we came here. And everything has to have a past, a present, and a future in this place. So when we came here and were born in this, we have to have a representation of us in the past. We haven't been here for 10,000 years, but from our perspective, we've been here for 138,000 years. So in the past, we have touched this world for 138,000 years, but in the reality of the universe, we just got here. You guys don't get that concept here because here has a past, present, and a future. But when you come down here, you automatically have a past, present, and a future. So how they affect worlds is they come and knock on the door, the vampire, and they tell you, you've been captured by these people and we can save you. Or they say, we're your creator God. And the people of the earth said, oh, well, come down. And when they get boots on the ground, they have to have a representation here that has a past, because a past, present, and future is apparent here because of time. So when they got here, they immediately had a past and they knew about that. So they used their intentions to change things on this earth. That's what is called the temporal war that's going on, the war of time that scares all of you guys. I'm going to give you this really cool high level shit and then I got to go.
One second, real quickly. Solaris, we did cover the chakras earlier. This stream's going to stay up. You can check it out. We went pretty in depth into the chakras. I didn't mean to skip over your question, but we went into that as well as the third eye. So yeah, feel free to tune in and check back.
Literally, there's this war that's going on called the temporal war, and that is because there is people in the third dimension, the fourth dimension, and the fifth dimension who are literally came here to take over this planet and utilize it. The history that you know from the Vikings of the dwarfs under the mountain, forced to build their weapons. The humans of the dwarf under the mountain, you're dwarfed because you're veiled. So we were building weapons for their war machine as they were heading towards the universe, center of this universe, to control the whole universe. They're gone when we got here because the Patal comes from the 11th dimension, the 11th density. And basically the Patal has manifested as in the Chronicles of Riddick as the Furian. We are those people, and there are billions of us that are here. Some of you listening to my voice don't know that you are, but you're kind of getting the idea that you might be. You know that you will fight against, you'll die on this hill, no matter what, because the Patal looks for places like this, and we return to do this in the physical because someone has to. And I'm one of those people, and there are millions of us who do the same. And currently, there are billions of you out there on this earth that came here to do the same thing on your own and with other coalitions. I just happen to know where I came from and who I came here with. And I've met about 15 of them in this lifetime that I know for sure, because we all have memories and we're all awake enough to remember each other when we see each other. You know those people that you're attached to because there's a place you go to when you're asleep. And in that place, there's magic, and you're fighting a war against evil, and it's all with magic. And you're not yourself, but you know that you are, and you know that you recognize these people that are with you there. And when you come back here, you think that's a dream. That place you went to is the fourth dimension or density, and the fifth density, and that is where that is actually happening. And the whole thing with that they showed you in the Lord of the Rings, where literally that scene where Gandalf says, "You shall not pass," and he's able to hold off the great evil, is showing you and activating some of you because it's showing you that the truth and the dynamic of how that works in that place is that one single person stands up in the front, and there's 5 or 6 people behind you, and they're just there supporting you. This is where the Vikings get the berserker from. You stand there, and the onslaught of the entire army of the evil comes at you, and their entire power cannot penetrate yours, and because they're up against the wall of the law of one. And that is what Ra was teaching in the law of one, to greet them with the love and the light of the infinite creator. And that literally one person can hold off the entire army and nothing can happen. And that's the stalemate until they both exhaust all of their energy. And then the berserker collapses and the others go and pull them back, and another one goes and stands. And they wait for them to get their energy back and come again while they're healing the one who stood. And that is what you remember from that dream. And some of you out there are going to trigger by me saying that. And you're going to go, wait a minute, how does he know what dream I had? Because that's actually a manifestation of something that is being shown to you, because it shows you the dynamic of 51% of reaching up to the outer energies, the infinite energy of the infinite creator. And it's only that 1%. And it's always 1. 3, 6, and 9 becomes the 1. Because the next in number is 12, and what is 12 but 3 and 1? So 3 becomes 1, and that 3 and 1 becomes 4. And what is 4, and why is that number? Look into that if you know anything about the Fibonacci sequence or Pythagorean's theorem. Where does 4 go, and how does that fit into the dynamic of the 3, 6, and 9? It's the secret to the universe. So literally, this is what's going on. And what's going on is that this place got stuck because they came here. You're already stuck here anyways. But the knowledge that they gained, that they gave to the people on this earth, created a scenario where none of you were graduating from this earth into the next place. You were recycling over and over and over and over again, being reborn, revealed, and you're stuck here. And they were keeping you here, and that's what they're doing right now. They're keeping you here, and we came here to fix that. So we are trying to show you that you have free will, and that you have the tools to do this. And that is what all of those people throughout all of the time, since all of those hero characters were invented, that were people coming here, going backwards in time and fixing what they changed, so that in this time, you guys would be able to see and hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. I don't have to speak in fables anymore, and I don't have to say, write this down, and you won't understand it, because only people in the future will understand these words. This is that time. You know that as the time of tribulation, the time of trouble, the Kali Yuga. You know that as Ragnarok. You know that as the time of the end times. That is now. It is not the end times for the human race. It is the time that the devil got to walk the earth. The devil shall be unleashed on the earth for a time. That means a beginning, a middle, and an end. That time is over. The devil's time is over, and it's the residual information and energy from that evil that is still happening. That is all. The battle is over. The battle is won. You just have to recognize it, and that's what we're here to do. That might scare some of you. I have to go. I love you guys.
Oh, no, Leo, on your way out. On your way out.
To talk about with this, but I literally have to go and make dinner for my mother. So
Okay.
I'll leave you guys with that and blow your minds and either scare you, make you think I'm crazy, or go, what? However that affected all of you guys. We can talk later. You can have me back. You can be on my show. You guys can always ask me questions off air. I work with people and teach this. If it scares you guys, you're not ready for it. It's not your fault. It's what they've done to you here. This place isn't happening. It just thinks it is. Your ego, your mind. You are not the mind. You are not the ego. You are not the pain body. You are the immortal soul that is having this as an experience. And the experiencer, you're supposed to learn that and be able to move up. That's been taken from you, and we're giving it back. All of us. And all of those people in history that were those people in all of those religions were people that understood that, and we're coming here with the same message to teach you. And some of us are coming now, and there's many people out there that are going to call us false prophets. I say you believe them and think that we're a false prophet, and you investigate it for yourself, and you go down that road and learn as much as you can and learn to see the things that are esoteric. When you do, it will unlock all of this knowledge in you, and you will not think, you will know what's going on. I love you guys, and have a great night. And I apologize because I know you guys probably want to ask questions, or at least
Oh no, I want to confirm. I wanted to confirm with you because this is what actually helps me understand my ideology when it comes to. I believe in reincarnation. I believe we're stuck in the physical until we can get to a higher vibration and get out of here. There's people working to keep us here. There's people working to keep us here, and there's people working to get us out of here. That's the battle that's going on.
Lifetimes on average for normal, when all things are equal, Occam's razor. When all things are equal, it takes 7 to 10 lifetimes, and everybody can then ascend. Yeah. They've taken that away from the people that are here, so that it's not happening. In the past 75,000 years, it might scare you to know that there's only been 38 people that have been able to realize and want to ascend, and out of those 38, only one went. Everybody else stayed. The one that went was the one that was really tired. It used to be Abraham Lincoln before he was assassinated, before he became the president. And a walk-in came in and filled in for him and let him go home because he was already here for about 130,000 years and he was tired and he couldn't do it anymore. And he was supposed to become Abraham Lincoln and get assassinated to change the course of history. And he couldn't do it. So another soul asked the council to let him step in, and he came in while he was asleep one night and took over and had all the memories, everything. No one knew any different. And he became Abraham Lincoln and did the things that he was supposed to do. So only one soul has left this planet on the side of good in more than 75,000 years. You guys have been stuck, and most of you out there are tired, and you know it, and you know something's wrong, and you're looking for what's wrong. You feel it in your soul because your higher self knows and is weeping for you. And those of us that heard this call have come here, and we're here to help. And that is what we're supposed to do. This is a natural thing that does happen. It's not unnatural, or it wouldn't be allowed. It's allowed to happen because it's supposed to. It doesn't happen in every place where everybody gets stuck, but it does. And it's supposed to, because this is supposed to happen. So don't be afraid of what's going on. This is supposed to happen. And so many souls have come here because this is happening to watch this and experience it, because this is one of the most beautiful examples of an ascension that can happen, because a place, when it gets stuck and has to fight the way this one has, it's more, that's why they talk about this rapture. It's more invigorating. That's why Jacqueline, if she were here, she would be crying now, because she understands how important this is and how beautiful this scenario is. So every time she thinks about what's gonna happen, she gets really teary-eyed. If you will tune in on the 24th or be on the show, you'll see her do it when we talk.
Oh yeah, we'll set it up.
Because she gets emotional.
Hey, go cook some dinner.
Yeah,
go cook some dinner.
You guys have a great night.
Appreciate it, Leo. But to add to what he said, I think that's a good thing what he's talking about, because he's saying it might scare people away. I don't think that would actually scare people away. They're saying these people are coming down to help you get to that high vibration. Right now, there's some people trying to hold you back. There's some people trying to hold you back, or beings, whatever you want to call them. There's some entities trying to hold you back.
Experientially, can you argue with that? I mean, you look at the media, you look at social media, you look at the music industry, you look at Hollywood. There's not very much that's actually uplifting. There's not very much that's looking at the human condition in a beautiful way and in a holistic way, and presenting that aspect of it, or presenting that perspective of it. Rather, we're torn down. We're given things to make us prettier. We're given all sorts of pharmaceuticals to make us better in this way and in that way. Meanwhile, the soul is completely unaddressed, you know? So I think that, yeah, there is a movement of people, call it a movement, call it a manifestation of souls who are guiding a light and who are shining their light as a guide for people. And if that gets them onto their own path, as he was saying, as Leo was saying, then that's a beautiful thing. What I have always thought about my book is, if it touches one person, and if it makes sense to one person, or if it brings one person onto a path of their life that gets them into a good place, then I'm satisfied. Then I've done good with that book.
There's so much of this that you guys touched on the veil, and how there is a veiling. And like when I talk about using hallucinogens, I talk about going past that veil. And that's how I can relate to some of these people that are doing out-of-body experiences and stuff like that. That's my correlation with it. But when it comes to indoctrination, you were talking about the media school, stuff like that. Basically, society just being away from Eastern medicine, whether it's meditation, whether it's old hallucinogens that we've used for thousands and thousands of years. No matter what it is that in public it's not okay to use. I've been looking at these stories of like young kids, like before the age of 8, that talk about their past lives with such great detail, and then they get to a certain age and they no longer remember any of it. It just goes away. I'm like, not only did you come here with a slight veil, because if my theory is correct with reincarnation, then I think you can't come back with too much knowledge. Maybe you can bring a little bit with you, but now it seems like, all right, you have a window of like from 1-year-old to 8-year-old where you better do something with that knowledge or it's gone because of the indoctrination side on top of it. So you're going from veil to mask in a short period.
We're both fathers. I'm sure that your kids have said some things that have raised your eyebrows before.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My kids have said things where I'm like, that was oddly specific. Okay. And sometimes as a parent, it's something you mean to come back to and you forget, and so, yeah, it's something that definitely I think should be fostered. Because as a kid, rather than counting sheep when I would fall asleep, I would play with shapes in my head, and I would manipulate triangles and stack triangles onto other triangles, like the Triforce, building those fractals. And I know we were talking about triangles earlier, but so I would do that falling asleep. I used to see energies and colors, whether it was like a protective aura or a healing aura. So these things get turned off as we get older because our society tells us to turn it off. Mm-hmm. And it's still there. It's still something that
people and everybody needs to tap into the shortcuts of how to pull back the veil, whether it's meditation, whatever it takes to get you there. I mean, everybody's got their own
psychedelics. Maharaji said when Ram Dass gave him a large dosage of LSD, Maharaji said psychedelics can bring you into the room with Christ, but you can't stay.
Yeah. It's temporary. And when you guys were saying, like, when you were describing that experience of, I was in such awe that I didn't get to bring anything back with me. That is a DMT trip. I mean, that to me is word for word. That's how people describe it.
It's a download, 100%.
And if you don't, like we were talking about with dream journals and everything else, if you don't tether something down or anchor something down, you're not bringing any of it back. You need to write that down immediately, because you're only going to get. What are you going to bring back? 2 to 5% of it?
Yeah. You need to start practicing with the journaling. Yeah. Because like I was saying, that just, the neurons that fire together, wire together. So it brings about a mentality that you're able to remember more and more.
And I agree with you, Mud Rabbit. I think women have a higher level of intuition than men do. And they can tap into it a lot better. I mean, even the way that Leo describes your chakras, if your higher chakras are the feminine and your lower chakras are the mean, you're more benevolent the higher up you go, and more thoughtful. Like all of those terms are easily applied to women. Caring.
Yeah, sure. The heart is the gate between the two, and as you practice more and study more, you become more compassionate and more learned, and as he was saying, more wise, and those are all considered sort of feminine traits. So,
yeah, and so Laris, it's because I think once you like this indoctrination that I'm talking about, it's preconceived notions when you're an adult. There's an interesting reference I can use, and it's a gentleman by the name of Andrew Bashago, and he used to talk about how he was in a government project, and they used kids to teleport to these places and time jump and this and that. And the reason they used kids is because they weren't going through with preconceived notions about what they saw. Like if you told an adult they were going to go back and do something, immediately they would apply their own knowledge to that instead of just going in with the curiosity. Like, I don't know, there's something about it. Like if an adult saw an object on somebody's hip, they might assume it was a gun, or a weapon of some sort, just because you're an adult and you have preconceived notions that somebody would carry a weapon on his hip. Like, It could just be a tool. It could be anything.
You're no longer the uncarved block.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
therein
women definitely don't need it.
as we gain these world experiences, therein lies the heart of prejudice as well.
Maybe sometimes we read too far into things. Maybe, yeah. It's not that we read too far into things. We have our feet in the sand. We've already decided what that is, or we are already assuming what that is. I mean, it's an assumption. I mean, I don't have to tell everybody what an assumption is.
Right.
Man, I appreciate you getting to come on, man. I had a feeling you and Leo would hit it off. I was like, ooh, I know this is gonna.
It's a good one. That was a spicy talk. There was a lot of
Oh yeah. Well, and he was very surface level with us. Me and him, because all we were talking about, I think, in this one was the immediate, like the body, the chakras, the personal. Last night, me and him had a 3-hour conversation one-on-one where we got into reincarnation, astral projection. We were talking about like actual tricks to it, because there's a couple questions I came up with where I'm almost wondering if and I phased this to him and he had a good answer, and you haven't heard his answer, so it'll be a good question to phase to you. In astral projection, do you think it's possible to leave yourself open for possession?
Not to anything that wasn't already there,
or that you allowed, or
something that would have already had to have been allowed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because while you may be distant from your body, your spirit body is still intact. And in traditional astral projection, the silver cord attaching the body.
Yeah. That's what we were calling the rubber band earlier when I think it was Denise was talking about how she woke up, that snapback.
Yep.
Yep.
So when I spirit journey, I don't have like a silver thread, so to speak. It's not like, it's definitely a different branch of spirituality and esotericism. But regarding bringing things back with you, I think that there would have already had to have been an attachment where
okay, so not bring something back with you. Here's the confusion. Something, say you're gone too long or you're too far away and something enters your vessel while you're gone. That's what I was referring to. Not bringing something back from wherever you're journeying to, but because it's left there unattended, is it vulnerable?
Yes.
Or is the thread strong enough to bring you back when it's necessary?
I think that you can come back when it's necessary, but at the same time, I do think that you open yourselves up to things like that's where you hear of like bad mushroom trips where people seemingly become possessed and like lose control of their body. There's definitely recorded events of these things happening. So I do think that yes, possession can happen. Yes, it can happen when you're out on the outskirts of your mental frameworks. But I also think that, yes, you can bring things back with you during these experiences if you were already kind of corrupted in a way. Now, I think that also as somebody who practices a lot of light work, my room is full of smoky quartz. I like to think I'm good. But but yeah, I mean, when you dabble with the dark energies, you need to definitely be somebody who knows what you're doing. So, and that just goes into astral projection or anything of that kind. It's good to be learned of the good and of the bad. There's a reason I've studied like books like the Nocturnicon. I've read all sorts of heebie-jeebie books because it's good to kind of know.
Necromonica. God, I can't even say it now.
Yeah, no, it's good to know the things that you may be up against in the void.
Yeah.
So that, you just have expectations, you know what I mean? And that also comes hand in hand with addressing the shadow parts of yourself and being able to accept yourself as a fully healed person. Because if anything that you don't address or anything that's not healed will pop up in either some type of psycho subconscious way or in a spiritual manifestation. And that could take the form of a demon, or it could take the form of an alien, or you know what I mean? So all these things, like there are things that need to be addressed, and you need to be a healed person, or at least ready for the seriousness and the full spectrum experience that you're about to encounter if you do something uh, like psychedelics in an entheogenic setting, or if you are doing something like shamanic spirit journeying using sound with sonic driving. I mean, all of these things could pop up.
You want to know what
astral
you want to
journey.
know what my great correlation is with that? And this is what I actually connected with Leo on. Mine is actually a Ouija board. I had to learn how to protect myself on a Ouija board, how to properly use it, how to vent people out, how to close it properly, how to not bring things over and not send them away. Like there was something I was talking to. I don't know what kind of energy it was, if it was good or bad. Like I had to feel it out, and there was rules that applied to it. And Leo practiced Reiki, and everybody that's talked to me has eventually tried to get me to do more towards Reiki. They go, yeah, fucking Ouija boards are a little out there. He goes, but he didn't say this. A lot of people in the past have told me that, hey, if you're not taking care of yourself, just like astral projecting or anything else, you could open yourself up to some wild things. And I said, well, what made Ouija boards so enjoyable for me was the power that I had in my hands. And then everybody started pushing me towards Reiki, because I can hover, me and one other person that I know can hover our hands over the pendulum of a Ouija board, and we can make it move without touching our hands to it. And it's the weirdest thing. And everybody was like, well, yeah, just get to Reiki. It's a lot nicer. Like you're not dabbling as much. And I was like, ooh, whenever I hear people talk about magic, and I'm like, ooh, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I'm summoning. I don't know what I'm doing, but I can bring things forward. And that's where I thought I was making a mistake when I was younger, is because that vulnerability of, oh, I can prove this to you, but I have to give something up to prove it to you. Like when people were around me, I could prove to them I could make a Ouija board work, but I didn't know how much I was giving up to do that. Like that's that vulnerability that I speak of. And I'm like, like, what did I do to bring that in? What was I calling out for? How did I call out for it? And how did it answer? Like,
I mean, you're speaking to the son of a Satanist. So my mom she's a born again Christian, but she was literally a priestess in the Church of Satan. So, I mean, Anton LaVey played organ for her in his fucking haunted house mansion. So, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think a lot of people put that with astral projection and stuff like that. And I'm like, there's something there. I can't pinpoint what it is. I know there's some kind of thing going on, but I don't know what it is exactly. And I think it's just dialing into energy. I don't know what kind of energy it is.
Right.
Like I can't say it's ghosts or anything like that.
Anything that is the other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that could be anything that is the other. Some people might call
it's communication that's nonverbal to me. It's nonverbal communication.
Okay.
Like that's the best way to describe it. It's like, because it can be as clear to me as somebody sending me a message on the internet, and I don't associate a lot of the people on the internet, because I've been on the internet now for a while. I'll run into a lot of people, and I don't associate, like, it's easier for me not to associate them with real people, because then I don't put as much into the conversation if I don't personalize it. Like if I put a face to it and a person to it, then I have to take it in and
yes.
It's a weird thing. It's hard to describe or put into words, I guess.
I sell gems and minerals on Instagram for a living, and I'm constantly interacting with people literally all day on social media and online. So I 100% get it. You can only put so much energy into what you're doing before you become totally exhausted. So I definitely have a business face, that's a little bit like, you might get a little bit of a generic response from me, but all in all, I'm pretty genuine and authentic. I try to be, I'm still a really positive guy.
When you dial into people that you think are authentic as well.
Yeah.
Because you give them that authenticity through yourself. It's a self, like, grandizing thing. Like as soon as you're like, all right, this person's cool, they said this thing that one time that really connected with me. All right, this is a real person. Like you make that jump with somebody that you've never met in real life. That's how the internet works, and it's so weird. Like it's so weird how people navigate it, because then you'll see the people that can't navigate it, and they're too invested in everybody that they don't know.
exactly.
And that's how they get tricked.
We can only keep track of so many people.
So. Oh yeah. You can only know so many people in your whole brain, I assume.
Yeah, no, there have been studies done that put the number around 250 people, which is about the size of an old school like operating village. So when you think about it, that's probably why we have so many people slipping through the cracks of our society in terms of like people suffering from psychosis and, you know, mass shooters and things like that, because we don't have people that are checking in on their social
Here's
well-being.
another one. When we're talking about mental health issues, how many of these people are possibly unveiled and not indoctrinated? Because there's people that see things that we don't perceive as everybody else, and they do get classified as a mental illness of some sort.
Right. They have a demon, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, I think that some of these people might not know which voices to listen to. We were talking about the right side and the left side, right? So they might be hearing things that are, and that they don't have the discernment to know who they're listening to. You know,
this is what Leo was talking about. These people will come down and they'll say, "Hey, we were here before. We're here to help you." And you might be listening to those voices, but it doesn't mean they're the right voices to listen to.
Right. Yeah. You need to use.
That's the correlation I take from Leo stuff. But when we're talking about this battle that's on the physical right now, that's what I take from it. There are people trying to keep us here in living in sin or living to serve the self. Like, I do think that's a constant thing, whether it's the media, whether it's whatever, you do get distracted very easily. Like, I think that's the purpose. But
even something as simple as the takeover of the music industry from festivals being about bringing people together, about the vibes, about feel good, and now it's just like it's very forced. Surface level now.
Well, yeah, it's forced, and then it turned into, all right, you don't even feel like it used to be a place where it's like, all right, not only were we having a connection, but okay, there's also people probably here doing drugs and they're enjoying themselves. And then what happened was that was an expectation. And then when that turned into an expectation, everybody showed up with wrong intentions because of the expectation. It was supposed to be perfect. It was supposed to be good. And everybody that showed up was just looking for that good experience, regardless of what they did prior to coming there.
Yeah. So, like nobody there had ever, people that go to festivals and use and events like that these days. Yeah, it's frustrating because they have like never heard of like the Rainbow Gathering or, you know, like now it's just part of the culture. You go there and I'm going to bring some food that I'm going to sell while I'm there. Well, that would have never happened at the Rainbow Gathering because they didn't have money at the Rainbow Gathering. Yeah. So like it is a little bit frustrating, and it does take some of the spirit away from like socializing with people who at one point were part of perhaps a spiritual community. Because now it's just party scene kind of, you know.
There's a story of my cousin and my uncle and one of my friends went to the Rainbow. Well, two of my cousins, my uncle and one of my friends, and it was during the 4th of July. The 2 weeks fell on the 4th of July, and there was this group of people from who the fuck knows where. But they showed up with a bunch of fireworks. They were the only people there with fireworks. Everybody in the whole complex fucking started holding hands and went over to this camp and just gathered around these people holding hands and just asking them nicely, "Hey, can you just stop shooting these? Can you just stop doing this?" Like, and they didn't understand. Like, they just wanted to blow stuff up because it's the 4th of July. We got to blow stuff up. And like, you're in the middle of the woods. This is untouched woods. And no, we don't need gunpowder and all this stuff blowing up and possible fires over here. Like, we don't need any of that. Like, It was so weird because people they turn it into a party, and it's not a party. Like, if people think of hallucinogens as a party drug, you're already going into it the wrong way. Like,
100%.
If you're not going in with intention and a message or looking for answers, like there should be a level to going into it.
I've seen the nasty DMT that y'all can buy on Instagram. I have no interest in that.
No.
When I made my DMT, when I synthesized it in my kitchen, I 100% had the purest intention, and worked that into it. And it was a beautiful process the whole way through, extremely scientific. I did a lot of research, 4 to 5 months of research before I even did it. And I just put a lot of love into it. And it was all born out of a desire to further explore spirituality, essentially. What's this comment?
That's why I asked Leo about the right side when I hear things. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say always use discernment.
Oh, I just realized, hold on a second. We're still live on Leo's channels because he didn't disconnect them.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Well, I mean, it's just going to get recorded to his, but I'm going to drop off Leo's channel. If anybody's still on them, you're more than welcome. I'm going to be on a little bit longer, probably. I don't know how much longer Joey's got, but I'll be on here a little bit longer. I'm going to transfer everything over to my channels. So I am going to end it on Leo's channels just so he doesn't have, I don't want to say anything wrong on his streams or anything, and he's got to go and edit it, or I don't want to take responsibility for that. So anybody on Leo's channels, thank you so much for being here. And yeah, talk to everybody soon over there. But yeah, I want to set up and be Leo's really trying to grow this stuff that he's doing. And he's inviting people over. He's kind of doing the same thing I'm doing in this platform, where he wants it to just be a way that everybody can reach out to each other, you know.
That's cool.
And they're not they're stuck in their own lanes, and everybody's in their own lanes, and the crowds are just searching out what to do. They're all trying to bring people together and just being like, all right, like-minded individuals, let's bring them with these like-minded individuals. And yeah, I really want his friend Jackie, because me and Leo are both big fans of Stargate, and I don't know if you've ever watched Stargate, the actual TV show.
I have a little bit.
Okay, so there's these people called ancients, and eventually they do something called ascending. And what they do is they take complete spirit form. They leave their earthly body. It's going to heaven. It's whatever you want to call it. And what they can choose to do when they're that high up is they can choose to go back down to the physical. Like this is all going to correlate like really well with what we're talking about. They can choose to go back down to the physical. But what happens is they get veiled. They don't get to bring the knowledge with them of being an ascended being back down with them to earth. So then they have to relearn all these things to help people get to the point that they are. That's what Jackie is. That's what Leo is. That's what a lot of these people that are here to help are representing themselves as. They're people that are relearning this knowledge and helping other people get to that higher point. And it did very well in Stargate. It was actually great.
That's awesome. I mean, it's the path of the Bodhisattva. And he mentioned the allegory of the cave, to turn around, see the fire that's casting the shadows, and then to walk out into the light, and then return to the cave to bring the others from the cave out into the real world. That's truly the mission. And sometimes, as we see with Jesus, sometimes you're vilified and crucified for it, you know. But
yeah, you definitely are.
Yeah, I mean, it's a process of learning the steps and then showing others the stepping stones that you had used, and
then knowing that, gosh, and having that confidence in yourself that you're on the right path to lead others.
Yeah, well,
that's that service of self first. Like you do have to know that you're on the right path. I don't want to guide people the wrong way.
I think a lot of it comes with trusting God.
Yeah.
You know, trusting that God is the one that's guiding your path, and so you know you're on the right path. And it's a matter of
faith in self, though, right? That's faith in self.
I was just going to say that, having zero doubt and having faith. My last name Gage, the Gage family motto is courage without fear. And I've meditated on that for many years, and there's lots of different ways that you could take it. But part of it is to have courage without fear is to have 100% absolute, like rock solid faith in God. And dude, I was recently homeless. I don't know if you knew that. Oh, you did. I think we were talking about
it a little bit.
So I was recently homeless. Like I slept in the woods at one point. It was a really wild journey, but I never, ever lost faith. And I knew that God's path was ahead of me. And I just had to keep taking the steps forward and just not lose faith. And I never lost faith. And now I'm in a a comfy home, and my dog's sleeping behind me. Everything's good, you know?
Yeah.
So it just brings it all full circle back to that passage I mentioned in the Bible about the sparrow. And are you not much greater than he? Like, the sparrow doesn't worry about what he's going to wear. The sparrow doesn't worry about what he's going to eat, you know? So
and it's always, and this is the yin and yang for me, is I couldn't enjoy a bed if I didn't have to struggle to get it, if I didn't have to work to get it. If it's just handed to me, I wouldn't understand what I had.
absolutely. Yeah.
Like that's if you being in the woods made you drive for this, or whatever it made you do to get to that point, like that struggle was worth the success, and
Yep.
that's what made you recognize the success.
I was like, this is not going to work. Like,
No.
I cannot actually do this with my dog. Like, this is just
No, you live in the Midwest and it's coming on to the winter. That is not something that will work.
no. I do. The
Yeah.
first night that I slept out in the woods was downpouring, and that was when I realized my tent wasn't waterproof. And
Well,
like,
and if you're ever in the fucking woods and you need a tent, call the fucking guy that's got 6 kayaks and fucking 9 tents.
damn it,
Call me, dude.
I messed up, man. I messed up.
Yeah.
No, it should never come to that again. But I will say that, yeah, it's definitely good to have multiple streams of income. Probably good to own a van or a large SUV. But yeah, I mean, self-sustainability is super important in this.
And getting to a point where it's really self-sustainability, because what I'm doing, I'm relying on others. I am self-sustaining, but it's because I'm relying on others. It's not self-sustaining in the sense that I'm putting things into the earth and the earth is giving me things back, and it's going to be that cycle.
You're still,
I need to depend on other people. I need to work for other people. I need to do this for other people in order to make money and keep paying into this system. Like, real self-reliability is hard to achieve.
That is a big push, and part of the reason that I became self-employed with selling the gemstones, Juicy Gems collection, man, it's come a long way on Instagram. It's a lot of fun. But so I mean, that was a big push for me. But yeah, true self-sustainability with growing your own food. Oh yeah, boom, where'd you get that from?
Juicy Gems.
Back in the day when it was still called Juicy Gems R Us.
It was Juicy Gems R Us back then.
Yeah, it was Juicy Gems R Us. Now it's Juicy Gems Collection.
Yeah, my daughter got some, and I got some, and I still got my. This is my favorite one, the quartz crystal ball.
Oh
that's my favorite one.
Heck yeah, that thing is crazy. Like melted down. It's like pure quartz. Like,
I got the black light on it right now. It looks pretty.
Oh heck yeah, man. Yeah, I've got
one of my favorite things that I got from you. I was like, dude, this in the book. I was like, ooh, that day I left with so many treats. I was actually in such a good mood that day. I was like, ooh, we got some gems to take home. We got a book to read. Got some Doctor Who books.
It was a beautiful day too, you know.
Oh yeah, it was a great day.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Well, fuck. I've been on it for 4 hours. I should probably wrap up pretty soon.
Yeah, it's a bit of a longer one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's easier when I got guests that actually like can propel the conversation a little bit too. It's one thing when I'm sitting here stuck talking to a chat. That's hard to do for 4 hours.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot to say. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I could talk because I still want to, because if I brought Leo back on, I'd still have another 20 questions for him. I actually wrote down several notes the whole time we were talking, and there's a couple times I wanted to jump in, and I saved notes for next time. So nice. I got some new ones I'll bring up next time. But yeah, I'll try to, if I hear anything from Leo, I'm going to try to connect you guys. So maybe we can meet Jacqueline. Denise is a regular over there, and we can go over there and check out their platform over on Leo's and kind of do the same thing and join in.
I do want to talk to them more about like the whole star seed concept. It's something that I do. Yeah. I do like ascribe to that belief. I feel that I'm like a Lemurian starseed, but it's just very interesting, like the specificity of the details that he provides. Yes. And I guess it's interesting because he is working with a coalition of people, and they have these shared memories or shared experiences. So it would be interesting to dive deeper into that topic for sure, because it's something that I relate to, I'm very interested in, and yet I don't know as much about it.
I mean, that's the interest. I mean,
Yeah.
because I've always looked into indigo children, star seeds, whatever you want to call them, like, and that word has evolved just in my lifetime. And
Yep.
and this is where I was talking about, like, I've talked about autism, and I've talked about all these conditions where it's just like these people have superpowers of some sort, and like there's so many things going on that like are right in front of us that I don't feel like we understand. And I do think it's possible for all of these scenarios to be working, like with star seeds and indigo children and stuff like that. It's possible that people could tap into the Akashic records, the universal consciousness. I do think that's possible, or that, you know, their veil never fully got put on right or something like that. And we might think of it as a mistake for some reason. Oh, that person's a little out there in the brain or whatever. And it's like, oh no, they're more awake than everybody else. And like, we had no idea. Like, that's why I try not to diminish any of those conversations. I'm like, ooh, I do need to be listening to this, because otherwise it's going to pass me by. Like, I don't know.
There's something to learn from it.
What's that?
There's something to learn from it, one way or the
Oh,
other.
yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on once again, man. And yeah, we have to do it again soon.
Absolutely.
I'll talk to you shortly.
Yeah, I gotta not be a stranger.
All right. And say you're always welcome over, man. You're not far away, I hope.
No, yeah, no, not too far.
All right, good. All right, man. I'll talk to you soon. And thank you, everybody, again. We've had a great crowd tonight. I appreciate everybody that stopped by. And yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
It was a lot of fun.
Good night, Mud Rabbit. Good night, Denise.